Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Little chanting.
Yeah,
Something wrong?
it's great.
Cool.
Could you
I
imagine
feel
a
like
game
I feel like
where
I'm
we had
inside
to like?
Johnson's mind right now.
Could you guys imagine a game like where we had to infiltrate a cult?
I want it.
That would be
I
pretty
want to play.
fun.
I want to do it.
Well,
That's run by Constance.
Give me Far Cry 5, but a TTRPG.
Right? Oh hell yeah, dude!
Ah,
well,
Far
we
Cry
just
5 was so
we
good.
happen to be playing the right system for that. I'll tell you that much.
right, let's do it. Okay.
Next campaign.
You know how we were just talking about having to hunt down like one of our old like agents because they've gone insane?
Oh,
Right.
What if
We
they
know
decide to
Constance's
go,
storyline
just
now.
succeed? Oh my god!
Do we know all of her storyline though? Is that true?
No one knows all of her storyline.
Now we know her villain storyline. Like,
True.
this is what
That's
we're gonna
true.
have to do.
Well, let's go ahead and give you guys something. Let's see.
Children of the
here.
Star People.
Let's try Haunted Memories. I'm certain that's probably very peaceful. Good way to start out our
Oh,
session.
yeah. Sure, it will
I'm
be.
sure that would be fine.
Actually, it's probably
I
very
feel
fitting for the
so
drive
at
home.
peace.
Yeah. There you go. I'm here. Oh, I'm forgetting a part of my ensemble.
I've never felt so relaxed.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go. There he is.
Agent Soulpatch.
We're just gonna get vomited on.
We're just gonna get pulled into a mirror.
David's gonna be sick on it.
I was thinking that.
Welcome to EU Crew Plays Delta Green, episode 6 of season 2. We're going to be resuming our mission in Coventry, United Kingdom. With us, I have 5 agents, one who has stepped away, so we will save that person for last. Nonetheless, I will have them introduce themselves. We will start with Vindo, going backwards.
Wait, do we have a question today?
Yes.
Ooh.
You'll introduce your name, who your character is. And the question today is, how much wood do you think a woodchuck could chuck? If a woodchuck could Sorry.
He's so annoying.
I was trying to do it
You
super
nearly
dramatic.
made it.
I almost made it. No, your favorite type of tree. There we go. I didn't think of that just by
That was
looking
it?
at the
Wow.
Yeah, do you
Favorite
like-
type of tree.
Do you like a good... Okay. I've asked you guys a lot of questions. I'm kind of running out.
I'm feeling like I'm getting like Prank Forstered here.
Oh my
Just
god.
saying.
Hey,
Pranked.
fine, the real question. What is the cartoon or the show that you grew up on that is the quintessential, like, this encapsulates your childhood?
Oh, heck yeah.
Fair enough?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And you know what? Because I'm nice,
I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here because
there was no
I
television
don't
when you were
remember
a
that far
child?
back. Plus that, yeah.
Okay.
We just watched dinosaurs running by.
Well, then in that
I mean,
case,
to be fair, if you know, like in the Croods 2, where it's like window, and then he was just watching the cow tip over, that could be a show.
it counts.
I mean, dinosaurs was a show.
So here's what we're gonna do. Everybody will give us their favorite cartoon or show growing up, and Aya will give us her favorite dinosaur. That way it's all even.
Hey, I didn't get a different question last time. Bullshit.
Sorry, there wasn't TV.
Wow, okay.
back
Do we
then.
need to pander to the newer generation now?
Yes. Oh
That's
my
snowflakes.
gosh. How ageist snowflakes.
Nah, okay, that's fine. We'll pander to the older generation.
Thank-
Yeah,
As-
they're on their way out anyway. Come on.
Yes. We pander to the older generation because that's how things are. Just that's life. All right. On that
You're
depressing
opening up a
note,
can of worms there, Bryce.
Vindo, you are up.
All right, I am Vindo and I am sick, so that's why you're gonna get whatever you're gonna get right now here today. So
That's why
I
you sound like a
apologize,
frog.
and you're welcome.
You're welcome.
I play Booch, who is a pin enthusiast, very good on paperwork, and he
Truth.
likes to make sure all the boxes are checked. Favorite TV show? So I had like two, which was Thundercats and Gargoyles.
Oh, Gargoyles was so good.
Yeah, those were my two. Like, I have to see this.
Legit. Cool. Thank you. Let's go to. We're gonna save the dinosaur question for a second here, so we'll go to not Irish. I want to save the dinosaur for last. Aya, you're up. I'm sorry, Irish. I literally. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm so confused.
I am so wondering why you are our handler.
You know what?
All right, we're gonna save this for last. You're up.
Seriously,
what?
Vindo,
Let's
you're
go.
gonna get thrown up on.
You're
Shut
gonna
up,
die,
dude.
dude.
No, that's fine. Vindo, bring it.
This
bring
is
it.
how
That's
Sienna
it.
got vomited.
This is how it all started. With
That is true. That was the petty. That's when the petty GM was born.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We need to bring the petty GM back. Just to.
I agree. He's great.
It was pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. Wait a second.
You need to add a thing to your Twitch that's like you spend this many of the whatever it is little thingies that you can do, like petty GM or like ask for forgiveness.
Oh, that's a good.
Ask for
idea.
forgiveness. Yeah,
Oh, that's so much fun.
Yeah.
That's right.
it's like bribe the GM. There you go.
Tell the GM to do something petty. I like it.
Right?
We can do
Petty
it.
GM.
All right, Irish. Get this train back
Okay,
on the
so
rails.
I'm Irish. And I'm Info. She's a socially awkward little soldier lady.
Okay.
And my favorite cartoon. So I had a bunch when I was little, but I don't really remember them. But I do remember one, two, three. I remember a few from when I was like a kid, going into teen years, which was Ed, Edd n Eddy,
Oh, okay. Ed, Edd n Eddy. All right, legit.
Dexter's Laboratory, Count Chicken, Ren and Stimpy.
Dexter's
Angry
Laboratory.
Beavers.
Yeah.
Legit. All right, thank
All
you.
guys
the
are
Cartoon
talking
Network,
language.
you know.
Dude, Cartoon Network's the
in the
best.
90s. Yeah,
I don't know if it still is, but it was. Outflaw.
Hey. I'm out for apparently. I'm playing Constance. She is a scholar, particularly in the fields of history and the occult. And I'm not. You know what? I'm not gonna say a cartoon. You know what show I grew up on because I had a really fucking cool mum? Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That show was my personality for at least like 2 years.
Wow, that's a good one.
It
Buffy.
was good.
Yeah. That sounds like you have a pretty cool mom.
My mum was cool.
Yeah.
But can
She
you sing the
sounds really
music
cool.
from the
Yeah.
musical?
Oh, that is the best episode ever. That's the best musical
yeah.
episode ever. There is no question.
Yeah.
Everyone else tries
There
it.
you
It's
go.
shit. Once More with Feeling is the best.
Yeah.
Legit. Okay, thank you. Now we're gonna move on to Aya.
Hi, I'm Ayana. I play Ava, who is not doing so well at the moment. She's
she's
a computer hacker, and she is so out of her depth with this house. It's I'm kind of
What's the
excited as
worst
to
that
where
can
things are
happen?
going to go. Well, exactly. I mean, it's all just spooky stuff. It's not like she's going to lose her head, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
Sure,
So
we're
Yeah.
both getting decapitated.
I had to
All right,
deal with a cat.
you're good. You're back in time. We're just doing introductions. Aya has just shared with us who she was, who she's playing, and now she's going to share with us
Uh-huh.
her favorite dinosaur or her favorite show growing up.
My favorite dinosaur, you know, was my first pet actually. You know, we weren't really a multiple dinosaur family.
It's hard to raise
we were just
multiple
allowed the one,
dinosaurs.
so
Yeah.
it was great. When it was younger, you know, sort of running around the garden. Once it got a bit bigger, things didn't go so well. But it was a triceratops. Yeah, I really like triceratopses.
All right, cool.
Man, I wish my mum was as cool as you.
All right, last but not least, who you are, who you're playing, and your favorite show growing up as a child. That'd be you, Willie.
Hello, I'm Willie, and I play Linus, who's very awkward, and he's a dad.
What?
What?
Dad, what?
Yeah, he's a dad to all you children.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh, okay.
I was like, that's a huge development.
I know.
He's not,
that
he's
was-
not like, he's too awkward to be with a woman.
Wow.
And what was and so my favorite dinosaur?
No, that was Aya's special question.
That was mine because I'm too old. Like there was no TVs when I was young.
So your question is, what was your favorite show growing up as a kid?
My favorite show growing up as a kid. Oh man. Like Drake and Josh.
Okay.
That's Drake and Josh was a good one.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah,
Legit. Didn't,
I think I'll go with that one.
didn't Drake or Josh go missing the other day or something like
Yeah,
that?
that was Drake.
Really?
Yeah.
But then they
They
found,
found him though. Yeah.
Well, Drake's gone off the deep end. So,
Yeah, he is.
Poor guy.
but Josh is the good one.
Yeah.
Wow. Poor Drake.
Oh my god, it's like a show.
Drake's been in a lot of trouble, dude.
Yeah.
Oof. My name is the Prankster, or Chris. I will be the handler for this mission, and we need to switch to something more
I was gonna
ominous.
say, this music is too upbeat and it's scaring me. Oh my god.
My
Why
favorite,
did you say something?
my favorite cartoon as a child has to be a tie between two, and it was the real Ghostbusters and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Good choice.
Yeah.
And I was so
Really
pleased
awesome.
when my son Silas discovered Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on Nickelodeon, the 3D version, because he loved them and it gave us something to watch. And I ended up legitimately, and this is like an oldie who's like, nothing can be better than what I grew up with. I legitimately think the Nickelodeon version, the 3D version, is more fun and better, and holds up better than the 80s version, which is kind of meh now.
So my little brother, he has a like Ninja Turtle, like toys and statues and comics and shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's got like a full-on like glass cabinet filled with them.
Legit. I used to have tubs of action figures that I used to play with, and it was great.
Every time I go over, I like fuck with the toys a little bit and just like make them like bang each other.
As you should.
Close
As
the
one should.
cabinet.
Oh, I also just want everyone to know before we get started that I have pistachios.
You know what I
Go.
just realized, which is kind of funny? I was looking at this car that Irish wrote, or drew.
Yeah.
And this entire time, I have been thinking to myself, why did she draw it on the wrong side of the road?
Oh.
And then I remembered you're from the UK. And so, yeah. All right. So we lost Willie,
Why?
unfortunately. He should be back here in just a minute. But I'm going to go ahead and do a
Wait, who'd you lose?
recap. We lost Willie. Willie's not in the
Oh,
Discord
okay.
right now. But I'm assuming he'll be back in just a moment. I'll monitor my Discord and if any shoots me a message. But let's go ahead and do a recap of our last session. Last session, you tied up a few more loose ends around town. Namely, you gathered back together for an evening of going over the materials, the different things that you had, doing a little bit more research, forging some paperwork so that you can get some cameras and other quote-unquote ghost hunting equipment from Emil Yarrow, the parapsychologist at Coventry College in charge of that particular program. The next morning you wake up, there was really no issues with getting the things that you decided, you requested. And then afterwards, you made a decision to pretty much head right back to 37 Solaleo. I have to be very careful. 37 Solaleo Walk. Another important story thing happened, which is the fact that Willie's character, Linus, started to get some vibes from Irish's character, Bo, that she may be a little too enamored with the house. With that said, he has put down his foot and essentially told Bo she is not allowed to go back into that house. With that said,
My
welcome
net
back.
died.
Oh.
What did you say?
We're just recapping. And I was talking about how you told Bo she cannot go back into the house.
Yeah, I heard cannot go in the house. I'm just like,
With that said, it seemed like the entire party essentially backed Willie up. There wasn't a whole lot of disagreement on that point at hand. So you make it to 37 Solaleo Walk. You begin unloading the equipment, of which Bo helps, but does not go in. And Ava, Booch, and Constance are able to go into the house and to set up the equipment with no problems at all. They make it back to their car, and they're just processing their feelings about everything that's going on. Because, I don't know why, it was a pretty normal happenstance. Nonetheless,
You gaslighter.
we are in the car on the way back to Coventry. I think at this point in time it's probably about 1 p.m. roughly. Or we'll say it's lunch, noon. Because that way we can put you back in the coffee shop to discuss your next steps about what you want to do next. Or maybe you guys decide to go to the hotel. Where do you guys go?
Constance is taking a shower.
All right, so you go back to the hotel, is what I'm hearing.
oh no, I lost my notes.
Okay, I've moved you to the bottom left corner because that's where I moved to the hotel. Just FYI. And I imagine the vehicle slowly comes up on the pavement in front of the travel lodge of which you are. Ava's playing on her phone, a little stricken. Constance trying to collect herself. Linus doing his best to kind of soothe and mend. Bo smoking. Booch compulsively taking notes and organizing things. The front wheels bump up against the little cement stop for the wheels. Put a little bit in reverse. Imagine you all take a big, deep breath. And for all intents and purposes, you are, quote unquote, home. What do your characters do when they arrive?
Bo's gonna help get the ladies out of the car.
All right.
Open the doors for them, make sure they can get through alright and they're not like tripping over themselves.
Thanks.
Okay. So Bo opens the doors, doing her best to help both Constance and Ava out of the vehicles. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Booch is probably helping Bo kind of go through and like get the door. Like he'll later take them into the hotel room, but he'll probably try to like get the door and help out where he can.
Okay. What's Linus doing?
Researching
So he's
how
just
to.
already researching like in the car on the way home.
I'm just trying to like figure out if there's like how to stop this from happening if we go back into the house.
How to
Kind of
stop
thing.
what from happening?
Just the people going crazy, like trying to figure out if there's a way to pretty
Like
much
protection from spirits.
yeah,
and
the
shit.
desensitize, right? I think that'd be the word. To like make it where it doesn't really affect them, like, or they don't get affected.
Sure.
And also figuring out how to help Constance and Ava.
Sure. Why don't you roll me a psychotherapy check for both of those? We'll just roll it all.
One roll for each.
We'll roll it all into
Or
one.
okay.
That's one research check. You got a lot going on, but yeah. So, in regards to helping out Constance and Ava with their specific mental afflictions, there's not a lot you can do outside of prolonged therapy, which would take time. People who've gone through PTSD or any other number of events that have caused them to develop these types of mental issues takes time.
Right.
In regards to what can help them immediately, that's difficult. You know that there's a number of drugs that people use to numb, to forget. So those kind of come to mind. Some people swear by the effects of things like magic mushrooms and peyote, but all of that is very experimental.
Oh yeah, shrooms.
Is this Ash's backstory? Is Constance Ash before she loses her memory? Is she gonna be a coke addict?
So, this sounds like I'm joking, but there are actually a number of veterans who've come back with like PTSD and issues, and they have looking for some type of relief somewhere. We're given the option. This is going to sound like I'm bullshitting you, but I swear to God it's not. They've been given, or they have sought out these options, maybe not through legal means, mushrooms and other psychedelics.
Oh yeah, it's a
And-
very good healing thing for some people.
And they swear by it. In fact, there are some who are like, I did this one trip and I'm totally fixed and I don't struggle with the PTSD anymore.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now, so that is a possible experimental option. There's also things to kind of like dull, like marijuana or weed or some things like that. And there's also antipsychotics and things like that. But the issue with those are people who take antipsychotics. And this is where it gets kind of difficult for you as a physician. These are people who are dealing with schizophrenia, who see hallucinations, who hear things that aren't there, see things, etc., etc. That's not exactly the issue with your group. They're not dealing with things. It seems schizophrenic.
Right.
I was gonna say we don't.
I mean, we've definitely seen things in the house. weren't
Absolutely.
there?
Absolutely. You I guess what I'm trying to say is, based on what you have been able to experience thus far, it would seem schizophrenic. However,
But it's not.
yeah, exactly. However, everybody is seeing and hearing things. And it's not happening outside of the house. So you don't know exactly how helpful those would be.
Right. There's no yet. Get out of here.
So in terms
Bonk
of
you on the head.
so in terms of how to help them immediately, that's a difficult question. There's not a lot of options to help them immediately outside of these experimental things, and you're not even entirely certain as a physician how effective they would be. And they vary in a huge degree of difference between people and how effective they are. So it'd be a roll of the dice, which I mean metaphorically as well as literally in this particular sense.
Is there like a metaphysical like shop or something like that that's in this area?
That's a very good question. That sounds like something that would need to be rolled. Maybe by somebody who would have an ear or a foot in that particular community. Given Constance's high occultism, that might be something we can talk about with her.
Can I go align my chakras?
Sure. So, did that answer your questions, Willie?
Yes.
Awesome. You make your way into the hotel. Constance makes a beeline for her room, begins to shower. What is everyone else doing?
More research.
More research on these afflictions or what? Just for clarity.
Pretty much the same thing. Just seeing if I can like uncover anything, mostly about trying to stop things from happening inside the house.
Okay.
Like trying to see if there's any possible way to do anything about that.
Why don't you roll me an occultism check? Because this
All
sounds
right.
like an occultism thing. Because you're looking for something outside of your normal wheelhouse at this point.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm a fucking great occultist.
Yeah, you got this. Never mind.
It was so close.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you are.
I was so close.
Yeah. you are unable to find anything that would be of assistance.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Everyone else.
I think Booch would try to do something similar as far as like going through and like, how do I stop? He's gonna basically Google, how do you protect from bad things spirit wise? Go.
Bad things.
Bad spirit.
Okay, so
How to
you.
stop ghosts from appearing.
All right.
I don't think it's back as Phasmophobia Wiki.
It's a bit difficult because there is a number of things that would pop up. Things that maybe essentially pop culture advice. Like, yeah, maybe you get a hit on phasmophobia and there's all these ways that people say that they can protect it. And maybe it's getting Booch thinking. I don't know. That's entirely up to you.
Well, I'm like, at this point, I'm pretty sure Booch is watching Supernatural going, I wonder if that'll work. Let's try it.
Fair enough. We all need to watch The Exorcist, see if we can learn
Right?
something from
Yeah,
it.
like, alright, I've watched X-Files. That didn't really help. Supernatural, that seems a little bit more on par. Yeah, okay. I watched Constantine. Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah, okay.
How did I miss this? I have a They have an MP3 file called Haunted House, and I have yet to use it.
Well, next time we go back.
Oh yeah, no, I'm uploading
never
it as
done
we
that.
speak. Are you kidding me? Okay, so yeah, you're kind of doing that, just grasping at straws.
Yeah.
Ladies,
Like burn sage. Got it.
yeah.
Where do I get sage here?
Ladies, what about the rest of you?
Can I do like an intelligence check to make, just to see if Bo can like remember if we've searched anything about the people that have died?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Yeah, no, I don't remember.
So,
Those are
yeah.
dum-dum.
Yeah.
So I okay. So I don't want to split hairs, but I do think that this is an important point. You are bringing this up. And so to some extent, it's like, if you're bringing it up, it's very safe to assume that Bo is bringing. I'm not trying to nullify a failure.
Right.
Because I guess what I'm trying to convey is that's not
maybe I could,
necessarily
like-
something you needed to roll on.
Yeah.
However, if you are rolling on it from a pure role-playing perspective of, would Bo consider this? Because I don't know if she would. Then
well,
I
it
totally
was to see
understand that.
if Bo remembered if they had searched, like looked up the people that have died rather than the people that are alive. Like to make that connection, to be able to English what is. How the fuck do I even speak this?
So here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm going to tell you, Irish.
Yeah.
You're thinking through this, and I'm going to essentially, I'm going to nullify the roll because I think it's, you're thinking of it. And on top of that, Count Bubula spent points to give one of you guys an aha moment.
Oh.
So,
Wow.
given that you were already on that track, it seems smart and the prudent thing to essentially say, Bo is sitting there thinking about the previous, what just happened, and you realize, yes, you've done a little bit of research on some of the folks who've died there. You have some cursory knowledge about some of them, but on the whole, no, you don't. While you have a number of death certificates with names, as well as previous occupants of the house, it occurs to you in this aha moment that just as Arthur Donnelly was reported by the newspaper, specifically the Hollowbrook Sparrow, that there are probably other deaths that were reported by the Hollowbrook Sparrow, given that it's essentially the paper of the neighborhood going back generations. It's safe to assume that they might have some record of articles past.
Okay. So once, are we all in the same hotel room right now?
I think the gentlemen are in their own room for the moment, and how I'm envisioning this is everybody's having a minute or 10 minutes to themselves to kind of collect before reconvening. So I imagine that's kind of what's going on with you right now. You're racking your brain, you're thinking, and then all of a sudden the thought occurs to you. And given that Bo is excellent with paperwork,
So good with paperwork.
so good with paperwork, it might be something she wants to explore.
Nice.
I hate all of you.
All right.
My
Ava-
son is all right. It's
Ava
usually
and
over.
Constance. We know that Constance is taking a shower. What about Ava?
Ava's still got Linus's phone. She's kind of still playing on there, waiting to get into the bathroom and take a shower herself. Because she drank some rather disgusting coffee and threw up maggots. So, yeah, she's kind of eager to get cleaned up, I guess.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Constance.
Oh, unfortunately for Ava, she's taking like the longest shower of her life.
Fair. So all of you take these 10 minutes to kind of collect yourselves. You're thinking about various things, researching various things. You're getting this thought that maybe the approach that you're taking, maybe it's not necessarily the approach. You're getting the idea that maybe you need to protect yourself in some type of way other than what you're doing. So you all finish your time of collection, your time of research, and you reconvene in one of the hotel rooms to discuss matters further about what you would like to do next, as well as to come together and share ideas, thoughts about next steps. That's where we are. And go.
So Bo's gonna put like a little piece of paper from it, like torn out from a notebook on the table or whatever wherever they're sitting. And it's the piece of paper that just states investigate dead people. That's what I've written down in my notes.
Nice.
So I really think that we need to investigate these guys, especially the little boy. Because I think I seen him when you guys were in there, and it was a little unsettling, kind of weird. He was definitely dead. Wasn't
Is
a normal
it
kid.
the
Which
same
little boy?
boy,
No, he's definitely dead.
What was the little boy's name?
the one that was on the
Anton.
coffin
Yeah.
in the
Ture.
green box?
Yeah, the Turi boy.
Well, that kind of fits in with I was saying earlier about going down to London because Elise Ture is living down there, and I think we should touch base with her and see what she knows.
I mean, that's an option, but I feel like the people that wrote the newspaper articles on Arthur, we could, I don't know, go see if they have like a backlog of old newspapers.
I imagine Booch,
I'm really good at paperwork.
your I imagine your spidey senses would start tingling at that.
You know, just see if we can get any information about the dead people that's in the house that we know is there, that we've seen.
Also, not to poo-poo, you could pursue both avenues of investigation.
Yeah.
Booch will volunteer to go do the paperwork part of it for digging through the newspaper.
I'll help with the newspapers.
My
All right, but we
question
have to
is,
stop at the groceries before we go.
do you need more trail mix?
No, so I was watching this really great show, and so like it's about these two brothers, and they hunt down like ghosties and ghoulies. So what I was thinking about is like one of the things in there is like if you burn sage, right? So I figure I'll go down to the groceries, get some of the like the sage from the spice store, like the spice rack area.
But you
And then
telling me
salt.
you watch Supernatural and think that you have this covered now?
Well, I'm saying like we've tried other things and it doesn't seem to work, so might as well like try something else. Like, apparently salt's a really good thing, so I figure like a ring of salt. So I figure if I put it in a hula hoop, then I've already got a ring of salt, and then I don't have to worry about it. I'll just take it with me.
How did the survivors survive? when there
What?
were families or couples living in the house and only one person died,
I don't know. I guess that's something
What-
we'll have to.
what set the survivors apart? What did they do or didn't do that kind of protected them from whatever is in that house?
I mean, the one that we talked to, she didn't live there, so I think that's what did it for her specifically.
Yeah, but if you think that little boy didn't live in that house on his own.
So,
And if I remember correctly, he's the only one that died.
Yeah.
I will mention that you have the complete list, which you can consult for an idea.
Yeah, I was just looking because you've got Amanda Braintree and family. There was a suicide, I assume, Amanda Braintree, but the family didn't die there. Jason and Janine Aiken, again, there was only one dead and one survivor. You know, going back, Thomas and Imogen, somebody, and family. Can't read it. It's really small. I've got poor eyesight. I'm old. Okay, give me a break. You know, the Toure family, Adam and Rebecca, one dead. So
And that's the
there's
boy.
yeah.
So I feel like
So
maybe speaking to the families is a good option. But the papers might have some information as well. So I don't know if we want to split the party.
Well, when Ava and I went to go talk to, I don't remember her name now, but when we went to go Tycraft, we didn't do so good. So I think I'm going to go stick with what I know, and I'll go with you to the paperwork.
Yeah.
The newspaper, because I know you are so good at paperwork.
Yeah, we're both
that
so
I
good
will.
at
Yeah, I'm
paperwork.
like right. And then we'll send the sticker hater over with Ava.
What was that?
With the what?
The sticker hater.
Sticker hater?
Yeah.
I don't hate them. I just think you should use them more creatively.
Well, my forehead doesn't count as
Oh,
creativity.
those. I mean.
Yeah,
makes
but
look
we'll
pretty.
send her, you know, because like she's not very good at paperwork. I'm just saying, she's just like
She's
messing
in
up
the
the
room
whole
and she's
system.
also a scholar.
Well, that's not the. All right, well then you.
Maybe I
Who's just
shouldn't
gonna
go.
just shut up?
are we seriously arguing about stickers right now?
Well, I'm going to do paperwork.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Why don't we go ahead and split everybody up into whatever groups they're in first? So it sounds like Bo and Booch are going together to maybe go back to the council house and do some research there, as well as the newspapers. The newspaper. Constance, Ava, Linus, where are you guys going?
If we are going to see Elise Toure, she'll go there. If we were going to the one in Liverpool, she will stay and go to the newspaper.
So, all right. So, Ava and Linus. Let's start with this. Linus, where are you going?
I'm gonna go with Constance.
Okay, so you're going with Constance wherever she goes. So then, Ava, it's pretty much up to
Uh-huh.
you to decide. Are you going to Liverpool or London?
Yeah, where are we going?
I want to go to London. I want to go and see Elise Toure.
All right, so Ava wants to go see Elise Toure, and Constance and Linus, that means you're going with her then, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're off the map for all intents and purposes. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys down here. And then I'm going to put Bo and Booch in the council house. And that will kind of
put us on the road.
Oh yeah, good point. You really want to go on the road?
Hell yeah.
Is it the nostalgia?
Did you Did you get my DM? Because it was kind of
Give me a sec.
an annoying request.
No, it's fair. Oh, shoot. So actually, yes, your guys' roll 20 won't go back super far. If you scroll all the way to the top of your roll 20, the chat, you will see view all chat entries for this game. And then you can
I
actually...
wish that did anything.
So you clicked on it and nothing happened?
No.
Do you pop out your roll 20 backs?
I've tried it, popped in and popped out.
Oh. Because give me a second here. Let me try.
Yeah, I get a
popping
chat
mine.
archive comes up, like in a separate window.
Okay. Yes, that's exactly what you should get. A chat log that pops up in a new window. So if you don't have pop-ups enabled, that might be what's the issue. But yes, you can absolutely look for that. And actually, I would ask for you to look for that, because what I'm going to do is, while you guys are looking for that, I will go ahead and take care of Bo and Booch first.
I have to run and go get the Bambino real quick.
God dang it.
Dang
Dingoes.
it, every time.
Why do you
Like,
love
wait,
your child?
is this... I know. Well, I mean, she's pretty dang awesome.
I
But
know. I'm just kidding.
I would like to literally stop at the grocers, and Booch will pick up like the biggest thing of like sage that he can find, and like salt.
I want to wait for Booch to get back because Bo does not like talking to people.
Fair enough. So then what we'll do is we'll actually defer to the London group first.
I rolled a 20
All right, I'll be back.
and I got it. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Now I just gotta scroll back 7 million pages.
Okay. Yes. Sounds like you've got a handle on that. So Ava, Linus, and Constance, you guys make your way for London. Finding Elise Toure might be a little bit more difficult. You have her Facebook stuff, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have her address. So how are you tracking her down?
I don't know, Ava, how are we tracking it down?
Was there any information on her Facebook page on where she worked, places that she might hang out, that might know where she lives, friends, things like that?
That is
Where she's checked in at.
Can we do some investigation on the way there?
yes.
Just sort of into...
Yeah, roll me a computer
stuff.
science check. Those are really good questions you're asking. Yeah. You're able to find out that Elise Toure is a contract attorney in London, and she works at Anderson, Smith, and Cooper. It's a lawyer's firm, and she is one of the contract attorneys that works there. So you know where she works. At least that much you can gather from online easily.
Okay. Do you want to ring the firm she works for, Constance, and see if we can get a meeting with her?
Sure. What does she do?
Oh, she's a contract attorney. So, make some shit up.
But what kind of shit? I don't know what contract attorneys do.
Stuff.
What if we just flash our badge?
I mean, we could.
So are you going to call up, or are you just going to arrive?
Hey, I mean, I'm cool. I just don't know what I'm asking about, you know.
All right. You get on the phone.
I was hoping for some direction from Ava, damn it.
What? What do you want from me?
What am I asking for?
Hey, it's the internet. Some people, apparently they don't put all that much personal information on the internet. Who knew?
If you are actively trying to get more personal information on that particular person on the drive there, that's something that you can do with your computer check. However, you would know, just so you are aware, that you've got to be very careful as a hacker, because no matter how good you are, some elements of who you are or something gets left behind. So it's a well that you have to be careful about tapping into often for fear of pulling the police down on you. After all, that's how Delta Green got its attention on you.
Yeah.
So is that something you'd like to do?
I think all we really need is to get a face-to-face meeting with her. I don't want to kind of push too far in the background and I mean, we know where she works, so I think maybe we just, I mean, if we can try and just set up a meeting with her, whether that's under the guise of needing her legal expertise or what, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, no, Constance will phone her up, I guess.
All right. So you get to a phone call and you hear Anderson, Smith, and Cooper. This is Samantha. How can I direct your call?
Hi. I am actually looking to set up the meeting with a attorney that I've recently had correspondence with about a case.
Oh, and what attorney might that be?
Her name was Elise Ture.
Yes. And who might you be, so that way she can refer to those for your meeting, to the correspondence?
My name is Bo Jackman.
Bo Jackman, okay. Excellent. I will have, give me just a moment to contact Elise. She's gone about a minute or two.
You should have told them where you live.
Eventually, she gets back on the line. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I spoke to Elise, and you must have her confused with somebody else. She has no record of correspondence with a Bo Jackman.
Really? Like, an extensive email list here. I was actually on the way down, hoping to get meetings sorted. It's really disappointing.
Well, I'm so sorry. Do you still need to... You can talk to her if you're trying to set up a meeting, but we'll have to have some more details for the intake.
Oh, of course. It was a medical malpractice suit.
Got you. Well, you'll probably need a medical malpractice attorney, given that Elise is a contract attorney. She goes over
It's a shame
contracts.
Ava didn't give me any more information.
I Okay, well, you have a nice day. And I will.
Okay.
You could try rolling a persuasion check, but it's going to be at a minus 20%.
No, it's fine. Actually, no. I'll roll it.
Just tell her you need to meet her to discuss.
You can't hear the phone.
Well,
Yeah, it's a fail. All right. Well, hopefully you're able to find a attorney to help you with your medical malpractice suit. And have a nice day. And the
Of course. Thank you.
phone hangs up. How do you proceed?
Well, we might need to flash the badges.
Is it badge flash time?
It is.
Let's go.
All right. You arrive
Still
at
on the way, Linus. Sure.
Anderson, Smith, and Cooper. And you make your way inside to see a receptionist, a young woman who's there. She sees the three of you in tow, and she says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
Hold up. Are we just saying that we have no game plan that we talked about on the car ride going down? Because I feel like that's where we should probably have done that.
If you would like to, you're more than welcome to.
That'd be great.
Sure.
So what are we going down here for, Ava? What do we need to know? What kind of questions are we asking?
everything she knows about number 37, what happened there, her brother. I assume it was her brother, yeah, because she was the daughter. But just everything she can remember about the house and the things that happened there. She survived that house, so the more she can tell us, the better.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, the more questions we ask, the more attention we're going to bring to ourselves. Linus, you are silent. What's going through your head?
I'm just listening.
Okay. Anything else? Or are you ready to go to the lawyer's office and
I
flash your
guess.
bags?
Let's just do it.
All right. You make your way to Anderson, Smith, and Cooper. You walk in, the receptionist greets you. It's a tiled floor, so you can hear your footsteps, I assume, echoing off the walls and the like. It smells clean, fresh, but that kind of artificial cleanliness, if you know what I'm talking about. Everything looks very professional and well lit. A young blonde woman stands up, or actually she remains sitting. How can I help you today?
Yeah, hi, my name is Jenkins. I'm gonna get my badge out. Very important that we can speak to a lease tourist.
Do you have some type of paperwork or warrant or is you just need to speak to Elisa? Is this in regards to a matter, a legal matter for her? Is she in trouble for something?
No trouble. Just merely a chat.
Merely a
Hoping
chat.
she can aid us in some way.
Well, I will have to speak to Elise about this if you'll give me a moment. She radios up. You can hear, yes, there's M5 agents. They'd like to speak to you. There's like some back and forth. All right. She hangs up. All right, you're more than welcome to speak to Elise. However, she does want a lawyer present to hear what is going on. She would like representation, just in case.
I think that's perfectly understandable.
All right. She brings you upstairs, leading you the way to a kind of stuffy conference room where all of you are sat down. Elise comes in with another person, an older man, kind of balding, gray hair. Both of them are dressed impeccably. Elise looks like she's about in her 60s. Her hair is black, but it is graying. She looks at you. Yes, how might I help? May I ask what all of this is in regards to, now that we are here?
It's so lovely to meet you. We've been asked to investigate a recent death up in Coventry, and some of his sort of notes before his death actually pertain to your family, so we're wondering if maybe there was any light you'd be able to shed on that, and maybe we can figure this out.
I'm sorry, there was a man who died and he had notes about our family?
Yeah,
The house
he's a bit
he
of a
lived in.
historian.
The house he lived in was, I believe, where your family lived in. Was it in the 60s?
You see roll me a human int check.
Every time I read that, I read it as hummus. It's not even remotely close.
Roll me
but
a hummus check.
That's my hummus check.
Every time I read it, I think of Ninja Turtles, and I don't know why.
You want to know why? It's because it has MNT, and it was normally
might be that, yeah.
TMNT. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Outlaw, as you bring up the fact, Coventry, house that they lived in the 60s, you see wheels kind of get connected, and she looks at you and she says, that was a long time ago that we lived there. I was
It
5 years old. I don't know how this could pertain to us in any way, shape, or form.
No, I understand that. We've just got to explore all avenues. I'm sure you can understand that.
What are you...
I'm
what-
sorry, I'm having a sneezing fit.
Oh, that's fine.
It's you! Shut up! It's you! My eyes have been all itchy all day. It's really hay fever.
Allergies.
If anyone else wants to talk, that's fine.
It's allergy season.
Nobody else wants to talk. Everybody wants to put it on Constance.
The
So-
Constance who's
so I'd like
recovering
to
from
think I'm
a mentee
seeing it-
bee.
I like to think I'm sitting, or not sitting, I'm standing, like, kind of like at the door.
Fair. What is this?
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't lived there in over 50 years.
No, I understand that. Anything you can tell us about anything that you saw or heard or what went on there may be useful.
She kind of looks to the left, she looks to the right. And she says, to be clear, am I in any legal trouble or jeopardy?
Not at all. No.
Is all of this on the record or off the record?
I can't guarantee it's entirely off the record, but your name doesn't have
What
to be
record?
attached to anything.
Roll me a persuasion check.
It's Delta Green. We're not keeping records, right?
She doesn't know that. Shut up.
Well, no, I'm saying that to you, Outlaw.
I mean, I'm not saying anything out loud.
She looks at the other lawyer and she says, if you'll excuse us, I think I'll be able to handle this. The older lawyer man looks at her and he says, are you sure, Elise? Because we don't want to leave you. She says, no, I think we'll be fine. The man leaves. And by the way, it takes hours. I don't know how long, I should ask you guys, how long do you think it would take to get to Coventry, from Coventry to London?
A while.
How are we getting there? Are we getting a train?
I'm assuming you have the
no.
car, but you also could have a train.
Probably like 3 hours with traffic.
All right.
It takes about 6 hours from Newcastle.
A quick Google.
We could
says
do
2
it
hours,
to
so
London
I'm
in a
gonna
car.
stick with my 3 guess.
We could do it in an hour and 36 minutes on the train.
Okay. So
And
we'll
then
say
we've got tube tickets, we could maybe dinner and a show, I don't know.
we're just gonna stick with 3 hours.
Make a day of it.
So it's about 3 p.m. when you get there, 3:30 when
Yep.
you're sitting down with all of this, which is gonna give, because the drive back is gonna take another 3 hours. So
Yeah.
this will pretty much be your whole afternoon and evening.
Yeah.
The man eventually complies and walks away. And Elise says,
I'll shake his hand as he leaves, be polite.
yeah. He says, yes, please.
Now he has your DNA.
Yeah, but I have his.
That's a weird way to put it. Now he has your DNA. I remember. First off, I should tell you I am.
Oh, you might cut out. Damn it. We'll never know.
Yeah. Am I back?
Yeah, you are now.
Yeah.
I have a deep belief in the supernatural. I am very spiritual, and in part it's because of what happened there. I remember as a child waking at night, going for a cup of water, going to the bathroom. And I remember seeing, I swear to God, an old woman behind the mirrors in my parents' bedroom, just looking at night. I remember walking through the hallways towards the downstairs to the kitchen and hearing a piano playing at the living room night. And we don't own a piano. I remember, and she takes a big deep breath as she says this. I remember my mother's breakdown after she saw a stranger shoot himself in the kitchen. A stranger whose remains apparently vanished. And I know that this isn't fake. This isn't me as a child making up stories. These things happened. And I know, I don't know how, but the same force that permeated these things, that caused them to happen, that same force that haunts Silaleo Way is the same force that killed my brother Anton in 1966. And she says, beginning to kind of tear up.
I'm gonna come and, sit next to her and put my hand on her shoulder.
When she mentions her mother's breakdown and, the cause for her mother's breakdown, this stranger shooting themselves, I imagine Ava, considering it was hearing the gunshot that kind of sent her way over the edge when she was in the house. Yeah, I think that's going to affect her somewhat.
That's why we got the doctor.
You know what? I like that. And in a way to help. Do you want to have her roll a sanity check for that?
I kind of do.
Do it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a sanity check. It doesn't have to be super high stakes. We'll say
86.
We'll say, if you succeed, nothing, but maybe she's perturbed. But if she fails, it could be anywhere between 1 to 2 sanity damage.
Hey.
Oh my god, it was close.
Go ahead and roll me a d4, and we'll split the
To be
results in
fair,
half.
the gunshot thing broke her, so it's
Absolutely.
kind of understandable.
I just really thought you were going to roll an 86 then when I saw the 80.
Also, that's one. Aya, I really love that connection that you made. And so, for the first time in this game, I'm going to give you a bottle cap. And so that means you can roll twice on any roll in the future, your choice. But you have to
Nice.
declare it before you use it.
I just want to be a shithead. Not the first time, I just got mine taken away from me. I'm gonna ask her.
You're right.
Have
My
you
apologies.
Ever? Have you ever felt compelled to go back there?
No. She just says matter-of-factly.
I'm glad to hear it.
What can you remember about what actually happened to your brother? I know you were young, but you seem to have quite a lot of memories about the house.
And if at any point you want us to leave, that's okay. Just let us know.
That's fair. She will take a breath in.
Choke on ice cream.
That was a rough breath, man.
That spicy ice cream. We lived there for 2 years really without any issues. Until what happened to without any big issues. I saw what I saw and little things here and there. But it's when my mom heard the shot is when she was briefly hospitalized for what they called mental exhaustion. She spent 6 weeks in that hospital and was treated with electroshock therapy. Willie, you would know from your own knowledge about psychotherapy that electroshock therapy has been widely discredited at this point. In some matters, making things worse.
Interesting. Okay.
My mom eventually came back home. And I could tell you specifically asked her about the house or how her brother died?
Yeah.
I know my brother Anton died on the 12th of January, 1966. They said that he drowned in the toilet bowl of the master bedroom. The door to the bathroom was locked from the inside. And then she just kind of hangs her head and I imagine kind of starts sobbing a bit.
I'm very sorry you had to go through that at such a young age.
We left.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to stay in a place like that. While I know it was a long time ago, you were very little. You say you've seen these sort of manifestations. Is there anything you can remember that made them stop?
She kind of looks and shakes her head. No. Nothing I can remember made them stop. And that might actually send a shiver up all three of your spines.
Oh yeah, 100%. To be clear, Constance is a little bit off and shaky ever since the mentioning of the small child drowning, because that child grabbed her.
Yeah, almost everything that Elise said before as well kind of resonated with Ava because she heard the old lady singing.
Oh God, yeah.
She heard the humming. You know, it wasn't piano, but she heard the humming. And
Constance saw the woman in the mirror.
yeah, it's scary.
The other weird thing, like, I gotta imagine too for Ava, it has to be. You came into this place and you're like, things aren't haunted, whatever. This isn't a thing. And then you had
It's
your
just
own.
a prank, bro.
Exactly. And then you had your own experience. And then not only did you have your own experience, not every detail, but most of the details of things that you experienced were literally just vindicated by a third-party source that hasn't been there in 50 some odd years.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna pull out like a card with my number on it, and I'm gonna write 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on it. And I'm gonna hand it to her and say, if there is anything else you can think of that sort of relates to anything that we've talked about today, feel free to give me a call. If you don't ever want to think about this again, that is your choice. It's perfectly fine.
Sure.
But we really appreciate you talking to us. Is there anything else, Ava?
Ava's just going to kind of reach out and put her hand on Elise's hand and just kind of say, things are still the same in the house. She wants Elise to kind of realise that what she remembers as a child,
She's not crazy.
she's not crazy, yeah. And that, you know, just try and convey that information without saying anything, but that we're trying to stop it.
Yeah.
We're trying to sort of stop her brother's killer, as
Sure.
it were.
So kind of give her some semblance of you believe her, and we're doing our best to bring justice.
Yeah, but not, you know, she's not really sort of conveying that verbally, but just with the touch and with the, you know, the simple fact that it's still
With
going
her verbal words.
with her verbal words, yeah.
Sure. So, yeah, you guys begin to kind of finish up there, and she is, you know, eventually is able to dry her eyes. Probably close
I'm
to,
gonna say, I'm gonna hand her a tissue.
probably near to 4 o'clock by the time you're done there, and she says, I've got,
I've just got one last question though.
yes.
After your brother, the unfortunate accident, and you left the house, your family left the house. How was your mum after that? You know, did she ever fully recover and, you know, get back to who she was?
She, roll me a human check.
Hummus.
Holy shit!
You see her get, uncomfortable. She essentially tells you, honestly, I don't speak to my mom and dad anymore. I could just tell you that my mom has been what's the word? Committed ever since the death of my brother. And it's caused quite the large rift in our family, one that has never really repaired.
I can understand that. It's something that no parent should ever have to go through.
Well, if you'll, and he's not even in the country anymore, so she kind of shrugs her shoulders. Do you have any other questions?
I think that's it for now. I really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Yes, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. She goes back up, gets back to work. And to be clear, she did not say that her parents were dead. She just said that
No.
she doesn't have contact with them. And that they're in a different country altogether.
Is it just the father in a different country, or is she committed in this country?
It's a great question.
I'm not there.
She said they, but you know, I'll take it as they're both in a different country. And if not, oh well. I'm not pushing her for too much information. I watched what you guys did to Christina.
Absolutely. So you guys kind of get your things together. And did you decide whether or not you drove or whether or not you took the train?
Apparently the train, which I'm fine with because I think Constance is going to be reading that note that I said about trying to make things make sense in her brain.
Sure. You begin to get on the train. Are you all kind of like isolated doing your own things? Or are you talking? What's the plan?
So we have the table seat, so there's like, you know, 4
Yep.
around the little table at the
Gotta
window.
have the table seat, dude.
Great. Don't know how talkative you guys are feeling.
Ava will probably get her laptop out and do something.
The security videos.
Oh yeah,
Meta, no meta.
I'd forgotten. Yeah, I wanted to check up on those.
Sure. Couple things. First off, you check on the security videos. And you've got nothing that has seemed to, like, pinged them. Seems like, for all intents and purposes, things are pretty normal. Up until about, it's my other die, golly gosh darn it. How am I supposed to roll secret checks? There we go. No, everything's fine. Nothing happens. At least yet. You keep an eye on
Can
monitoring
I
them.
rewind the feed from the security cameras all the way to when they were first switched on
Sure.
and see what was captured in the house while we were there?
Good question.
Ew.
See if anything
I
actually
thought about that
showed
earlier,
up on
but
video. Yeah.
Constance doesn't want to.
Good question. Guys are so clever. I like it.
It's gonna be like everything goes staring into the camera, just wide eyed, like what
We'll
the
just
fuck
watch us
is this?
standing there, like, crying for no reason. Constance covered in blood.
Okay. So the first camera you got set up was in the den. I don't think it got quite set up, so it didn't catch the vomiting.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually you guys went to go set up 4, but the sheet had already kind of like
Yeah,
gone.
that happened right as we went there.
I imagine you see in the den camera the sheet coming into the room and then just kind of like resting on one of the couches.
Like as if someone
Mhm.
threw it.
It almost looks like somebody threw it. So the den camera catches that.
We'll post this on our YouTube. Be like, ghost.
Does the hallway camera catch the thing under the carpet?
That's a
Yeah,
great
that's
question.
what I was wondering about.
Why don't you roll me a
Did
luck
it-
check
was
to
it
see how it's
real?
positioned?
Oh, let me find luck. So I was the one that put it up. It makes sense.
And things were, yeah.
Oh, damn.
And
Too
didn't
high
she-
up. Oh,
Didn't
I
she
put it
roll
before.
a critical success the last time? With
I
the...
almost rolled an 86.
No,
So-
with the putting up the stuff.
Yes, I think it was on the master bedroom one is when she rolled the critical success because it helped her to get out of there pretty quick.
Dang.
So the way that the camera is positioned in near bedroom 4 is it's got the ground just cut out. So all we see is like Constance like looking back, like taking a couple steps back before she like stomps on something. What you do catch is the squelch of blood coming up and covering her.
Nice.
You don't catch the what was underneath. So Ada, you're looking at all this. The other thing that your stuff catches is the footage in the den like sees like a constant stumbling back because this all almost happened like concurrently, right?
Yeah.
We see a Constance kind
Yeah,
of
it
like
was pretty
stumbling back. We see Ada kind of like in the middle of the room, and then all of a sudden, like poof, like the sound of a gunshot can absolutely be heard. And so all of you are like looking around. Ada kind of breaks down. Booch is looking. He's shocked as well. Everybody's kind of like freaking out. You see eventually like Bo like rush in, and you see Ada kind of like just like comatose, just like looking forward. Booch, tells Bo like you need to go get he says I'm going to go get Constance. You see Constance wandering just like in some type of state towards the master bedroom. And then the next thing you see is Constance like coming out just soaked with like from head, like her top half is covered, like looks like she got sprayed in water. Her bottom half is covered in blood. Constance looks like a mess.
Wow.
The master bedroom, you rolled a critical success on that one, correct?
Yeah. What did it catch?
Does it see the coin rolling into the mirror?
I'm more like intrigued just on what it saw throughout whatever the fuck happened, but also
Because Ada, I don't know if you really described what happened to you to anybody, Constance. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, absolutely not.
Ava was there for that.
Also,
and saw the-
So Ada's
I
all
wanna
alone
point
looking
out-
at this footage. Oh my god. Okay, continue.
I also want to point out the fact that there was a gunshot in the house. Constance was covered in blood, and not once did someone ask if anyone was shot.
I did.
Not once.
Right. Didn't Ava see you step on the lump?
I did, yeah.
Oh,
I'm just saying, like, obviously Linus and Bo were outside, and no one was like, "Oh my god, Constance, did you get shot in the leg?" Is that
No,
why you're
no.
covered in blood?"
When we went back to the car, Bo was checking you over.
Yeah, Bo did check you over.
Okay,
I was blown away.
You weren't hurt.
so Constance, you rolled a critical success on that, so I don't want to lower that. We see Constance like setting up the camera, just like maybe like just getting it set. She looks into it. Ada, you're seeing all of this from your perspective. And then all of a sudden you see like the door to the bathroom like open up behind her. And then like you see Constance
Oh my god!
like Jesus Christ.
That
well
scared
played.
me.
Well
Give us a
played.
That was so perfect. Your wife is a legend.
Got him. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you!
She didn't just get him. I think she got all of us.
God. Oh Jesus. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Somebody clip that.
Yeah.
Go do
yeah,
right
we
now.
need to clip that. All right, so Constance, so Ada, you see the door slowly opening up behind Constance, and out slips a little boy, one that you've never seen before. Looks waterlogged. Constance looks down, kind of like kneels down to see if he's okay. And then like things kind of get like fuzzy on the screen for a second, like you're not entirely certain. But then you see like the boy's mouth open, and then the next thing you see is just like Constance like drenched in water and grubs, and she like maybe like turns back towards the screen again. The little boy's just not there anymore, and then the next thing you see is Booch coming in, and he's like, well, "It's okay, love. It's okay." And like picks her up, and
I'll give you some trail mix.
I'll give you some trail mix and that whole thing. Thank you, Irish. That was pretty great.
Oh my god.
Perfect, dude.
Oh my gosh.
That was insane.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
Ava's just gonna rewind it and frame by frame that fucker.
Can I have Constance roll an awareness to see if she notices that she's watching the files? Because she's like not really, or the cameras, because she's not really paying attention, but...
Sure, roll me an awareness or alertness, and we'll see. Like if you just out of poke of your eye see something weird happening.
Especially because it's like her on the screen at that point.
Absolutely. So yeah, you see what's kind of going on. How does Ada react to all of this?
Ooh. Obviously the gunshot part is gonna kind of shake her up a little bit, and seeing, what her breakdown from an external sort of position is kind of really fucking weird.
Oh yeah, that's got to be really like a weird out of body experience.
Yeah. And then seeing this, she's curious. She's hugely curious how this could, how.
I can't imagine you see this and not have to make a sanity check.
Yeah.
Roll me a sanity check. With
No,
what you
Constance isn't paying attention. That's
okay,
great.
so you somehow steal yourself. Gonna say no sanity.
Hey,
damage.
it's like watching a film. It's not real.
Yeah, maybe that's how it happens.
Yeah.
What is a?
It's like she can kind of be that little bit more detached from it because it's on a screen.
Yeah. What's Constance's reaction?
I'm gonna say that she kind of notices that she's obviously looking through the footage earlier on, and sort of, keeps flicking her eyes towards it. And as soon as she notices that that's the bedroom footage, she's watching it a bit more. And it's like she kind of like remembers what's happening, but also doesn't, and like it all seems really weird, but validating at the same time. Like she's not insane. Like this clearly happened.
Constance, you get a phone call, by the way.
Okay. I'll answer it.
Okay. Why didn't you save me?
Who is this?
Why didn't you save me? And you can hear a little boy crying on the other end before it just cuts off.
Oh shit, the kid knows how to use a phone.
Go ahead and roll me a sanity check, Constance, especially given your history.
Oh, dirty.
How?
I'm still going to make you take one. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, Constance, what is your sanity now?
49.
That's under 50. That means you have a
It is.
less than 50% chance to succeed in future sanity checks.
I'm sorry.
Means you have less.
I know, it's so
Machine gun
sad. I
time.
don't like it. Actually, I still have a 50% chance because if I roll a 69, I'm okay.
Linus, yeah, good point. Linus, you are witnessing all of this to some extent, or I don't know, are you? What are you doing?
Well, I'm kind of just. I'm still trying to think about how to like stop it from happening. So I'm kind of in my own little world.
It's
Just-
happening right in front of you.
Yeah, just
Just kind of eyes glossed over, just kind of just being like thinking about stuff.
You know, this isn't necessarily helpful for protecting them, but one thing that you know is that if people can get vindication or feel like if they can gain power over or conquer some of their fears or that which has kind of stifled them, that can bring about a tremendous amount of help for a person. So that is something almost like the best way to conquer something isn't by avoiding it, but going through it all the way together.
Right. Okay, I've got some ideas.
Cool. All right, let's go to Bo, and assuming Vindo is back, Vindo.
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. All right. That group is essentially occupied from 12 until 7. Between the interview, the driving there, the drive back, you guys have 7 to 8 hours to just work on paperwork-related things. Are you going to go to the council house first, or are you going to go to the newspaper, the news first?
What would we be able to find out at the council house
So
that we already haven't?
Sure. So
Or that
you've
we-
gotten a list of names about who lived there and when. The next thing that you might actually be able to learn from the council house is more specifics regarding the people. But you would have to, you'd have to say essentially, we want to research this group, this family.
Right. Okay. I don't know.
We have
what do you
we've
think the
we have done the council house, and we do have an inn at the council house. Good old Anthony down in the basement.
Truth.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you want to do that first, since it might be easier?
well, I think the newspaper clippings would be probably.
Would the newspaper be easier?
I think the newspaper would be easier because I'm pretty sure they have things better organized.
Okay.
Um,
We can. Yeah, we can go to the newspaper place and.
yeah, let's try the newspaper, and then we'll go to the council house. Like 4 hours at the newspaper, 4 hours at the council house. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you're going to start it at the newspaper, correct? My headset just shut down, guys. Give me a second. Sorry, stream. We'll go ahead and get this fixed in just a minute. I need some more reliable, like, the only reason I use these is because I can't wear my normal overhead hat with this hat. But let me go ahead and adjust this. Oh. Does that thing where it goes right to my phone? That's what's going on. Disconnect. Okay. And we'll go to Bluetooth. And we'll go to connect. Okay. Says that they are connected. And they're not. Oh.
Major down.
And
I wake up only.
For
wake up.
age.
I only hear Agent Town, Agent Town. Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me all right?
Hi, back.
Awesome.
I'm
All right.
front.
You are at the newspaper, the Hollowbrook. What did I call it? The Hollowbrook Lark?
Sparrow.
Liberty.
Sparrow.
Sparrow. Yeah, bird.
Sparrow.
Hollowbrook Sparrow.
You're at the Hollowbrook Sparrow. You see a receptionist again. Hi there, how can we help you? Smell of ink in the air, paper being, I don't know if you've ever been to a newspaper office, but it has a very distinct smell of like that constant
Yeah.
running. Yeah.
Hot
Yeah.
ink.
And sounds.
Hot ink. Wow.
Oh no, this is Windows like happy place.
Love the smell of paperwork. Oh my gosh.
This is where the bureaucracy starts.
This is Booch's Careless Whisper moment.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wait, play the thing. Play the thing. Bow, bow, bow.
I gotta cut it off early though, otherwise I'll get in trouble. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on.
I thought I already did it. Did you not hear it?
I heard
No.
it.
Yeah,
Okay, well they heard it. So like Booch is gonna like walk in and then just pause, close his eyes.
Bo's gonna walk up behind him, pat him on the back. Now's not the time, my guy. Come on.
It's nice. Not gonna lie, that's super nice. All right, let's do these.
She just did the equivalent of like telling you God bless you before you sneezed, because with sneezing
Yeah,
it feels
yeah.
great.
Just so you know, I just got the Texas bless your heart. Let's go.
All right. You're talking to a receptionist. How can we help you?
Booch is gonna look at Bo.
Bo's gonna look at Booch.
Oh, that's me. All right, yeah. Okay. Hello, my name is Booch. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, and how are you?
Not too bad. We're actually here. We're doing a project on the house in Salio Walk. Kind of doing a book on it. Not gonna lie. Kind of like the history of the house. And I was wondering if you had any of the news clippings or anything that would relate to the house at all.
Yes, if we have any news clippings of the house or anything like that, we would have that in
Any
the
of the people that were there,
Yeah,
that
that'd
might
be
have passed in the past,
yeah, public record.
Yeah.
We have files on that, and you're more than welcome to use the research to go through our files for a small fee.
And what would that fee be?
That would be, well, if you're making copies and bringing that home, that would be. What is the equivalent of coins in the UK? Because I know.
Pounds.
So
We have pennies and we have pounds.
Okay, so pennies. I wasn't certain if pennies was yours. So they would say that it would be 10. Is it 100 pennies to a pound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be 10 pence per copy that you need to take.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, no, that'd be good. And do I come back up to you to have it copied, or?
No,
Or is all the equipment in the back then?
So all the equipment is in the back.
All right, cool.
Essentially,
Yeah, that works.
it's essentially like a bar. You put on a tab, and then we'll charge you at the end.
All right.
Okay. Out of curiosity, so I'm not like digging around, would you happen to know where some of these would be? Or like where the best place to start looking would be?
Well, the
Do you
first
use
thing
the Dewey Decimal System?
no, we use a different system. I don't know what
Right.
system that is, but it's not the Dewey Decimal.
Well, what system do you use? And then that way,
I mean,
like
are the
based
old
on
newspapers in like date order, so that you can just kind of go to
Yeah.
the years that these things happened?
Hold on.
He's Googling.
I am absolutely Googling.
Vindo as a
He's
person.
Googling.
Vindo as a person, no idea. Booch totally knows that.
Absolutely. And so does this lady. And she'll be like, ah, yes, we have this system. And she'll be like,
You use that system. All right,
Yes,
that's a good
that
system.
system.
I like it.
It's a
It
good
is
one.
on point and on par. One of my
Yes.
top 3. Not gonna lie.
Absolutely. Now, I will
Yeah,
tell you
this
that
system. Ooh.
we haven't digitized everything. Some of it still is organized manually, but I think at least going back into the early 90s is when we started to digitize some things. So
Okay.
anything up until, I know that probably doesn't help too much, but that is what we have available.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope you have a great day, and we'll see you in a bit. Once we are done.
Excellent. So here's how this is going to work. It's going to take you about 2 hours per name that you would like to research. And if you fail, that information is just not available to you. You get 1 check on it. Good thing, though, your bureaucracy is like wicked high. So that helps a lot.
Well, you said you were real good at paperwork. Do you want to give it a go?
I think I'll just watch you do it.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I know this system gets a little difficult. So here, let me pull out. He's gonna go back up to the front and be like, out of curiosity, what are your policies about snackies?
As long as you dispose of the wrappers, that's fine.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you. And he's gonna give her a little bag of trail mix, and then he's gonna go back. You're like, all right, here's the deal. I've got snackies. And he's gonna have like the little, like not the full water bottles, but like the short, little teeny tiny ones.
Mm-hmm.
Pull out 2 of those from his messenger bag. Be like, all right, how about this? You start on the digital stuff. I will start on the paperwork stuff. Okay.
Okay. All right. I like
He's also gonna reach in and pull out his paperwork, little rolled up leather thing, and unroll it and like warm up his fingers, do his finger exercises,
All right.
and then
gonna-
put on his
Bo's gonna-
rubber thimbles.
Bo's gonna turn to Mooch and be like, I think the first thing we need to do is look up the little boy. Because that's what I've
Okay.
seen. I've seen the little boy.
All right, let's start with him. What on the paper? When does it say he was dispatched? Dispatched.
Meanwhile, on the
Numbers are so
train,
small.
the other 3 are starving because nobody brought snackies.
Yeah, see, there's snackies,
it's
bitches.
a long train journey. There's probably, like, we're sitting in first class.
1966 is when it happened.
The win.
1966.
Okay, she said everything like 19. So that should be
The
good.
latest, the earliest we can go back is 1956.
Okay, so everything should be digitalized. We shouldn't have to
I think
do.
it's the 90s that it was digitalized.
Yeah,
All-
that's what I heard.
Everything up until the 90s on has been digitized. They're still
Oh, okay.
they've got a backlog of a lot of different things. Also,
So 1966. That's definitely gonna be paperwork.
Booch, I would also point this out as well. In terms of paperwork, as thrilling audio as all of this is, when you were looking through the council house, you could find no information on Celilio Way before I think 1950. I think like 1940, maybe 1945. It seemed. I think the council house was damaged during the World War II, and so
Right.
there was no paperwork before that point at the council house. That doesn't mean that the newspaper is beholden to those same issues.
Right. All right. So we're gonna start with that. The boy, I guess.
Okay.
And then Booch will also, if he finds anything about the house, doesn't matter really what the date is, he'll probably try to make a copy of it.
Sure. All right, so go ahead and roll me a bureaucracy check. And here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say Bo is helping you. And so you're a pro at this. You're a master at this. So here's how we're going to do this, just because I think this will be fun.
Okay.
Bo's gonna roll a bureaucracy check as well.
I was gonna say, do I get a negative 40%?
No. If she helps you, it will reduce the time to find a file by an hour. If she fails, it hurts. It increases the time by 30 minutes.
Okay.
Go on, Bo.
Right, so am I rolling first?
Yes, if you crit Bo or Booch, it or either of you will cross that bridge when it happens, if and when it happens.
Boo.
So she immediately starts with a fumble. So I imagine she like dives and she's like, no, I really think I found something on the computer. Actually, Bo, I'm playing your character. How does this fumble look? How does this over-eagerness for paperwork look?
I feel like she's like in the middle of like eating snacks and like just turning pages, just like reading the top like line and just like shoving it to the side before like going to another bit and just being like, I don't think we're finding anything, man. I don't think anything's here.
So she's moving too quick.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. So she oversees a couple of things, and eventually you roll Booch, and let's find out what happens. If you get a crit, it will essentially cancel out her fumble.
Booch is just gonna take a deep breath. Kind of like stretch his arms out, crack his elbows and his fingers, and then just like get in the zone.
Sure. Okay.
Hey.
So it'll take, I'm going to say about 3 hours because you have to go back. You realize that she overlooked an important piece of information and critical, actually. And if she found it, you would have found it much sooner.
Okay, so when you're going through this, like, what do you tell me what your process is?
Do I have to read the entire page? Because I'm just reading like the top line.
Wow. Okay. So good at paperwork.
Yeah.
Do you know how to like skim? I suppose, like quick read.
I quick read the top line.
You gotta. So how about this? You do this part, and then when you're done with that part, go ahead and stick it in this separate pile right over here. How about that?
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. And also go about halfway to each page. How about that?
It's a lot of reading, but okay.
I know.
So
Booch is gonna offer her a second pair of like his reading like his paperwork glasses.
Sure.
And he's got like the different varieties of the 0.5, 0.15, 0.25.
I feel like Bo would put them on and be like, whoa, fucking my eyes off.
Oh, well, I've got other ones too. So I mean, go through and take a look and take a peek.
I like this dynamic so much, and I never thought paperwork could be so entertaining. What I'm going to
I also
do...
love that.
Go ahead.
I love that Bo is proving every like English class right, where it's like people only read the headline. If that doesn't get your attention, they move on, right?
But you're like, even through roleplay, you're legitimately like trying to teach her. So what I'm gonna say is, when we do skill check upgrades at the end of this, Bo, I'm gonna give you 2 for bureaucracy as opposed to just 1.
Wow.
To represent like him actually taking you under his wing.
Right. So would I press the button and then click it again and then press the button again?
So what we're gonna do is you'll press the button and then we'll just roll a D4 out here for that extra one. All right. So what you learned?
Oh, so I have a metric for how good my teaching is.
Okay.
That's what I'm hearing is. Like, yeah, it was a 1. Yeah, I'm apparently a shitty teacher. Okay, cool. Thanks, bro.
No, you're getting me more points, man.
And then everybody knows.
Okay, you get a lot of the information that you have already heard. The one different thing that you get is that Elise had also become kind of a problem at school. She actually was She was actually Anton's younger sister because she was 8 years old. And there are, Elise Ture became violent at school, was often sent home for swearing. Maybe like this, it's an article in the 60s about how like the whole love and hippie movement had been turning kids violent. And they were essentially like using her as like the child for why that was going on. That's kind of how it was phrased or represented for the time back then. But yes, this is another thing that you'd actually be able to get from that, is that the Ture family are transplants from Paris, France. They lived in the house from 63 to 66, and for the most of their time there, it seemed like things were normal, at least from the outside. Now, granted, you don't know some of the details that Elise had shared, so I imagine you guys would be able to come together and have a more complete picture. All right, depending on how much time it takes, you might have 2, 3, maybe even 4 more, depending on how well y'all roll. Who would you like to look up next?
Was that the little boy that you wanted to do?
Yeah, that was the little boy.
Okay. Let me
look at the complete list.
And I'm not going over information I've already revealed because I know that you as players were here and present for it.
Okay. Let's look up the Fire family.
Yeah.
The Fire family?
Thomas and Imogen Greenlee and family.
Oh, okay. Thomas and
It's fire suicide. That's what it's listed down as. No, fire. Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. They're the only one that had a fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
1972 to 1977.
Sure. All right, roll me that. Both of you roll me a bureaucracy check, and let's find out what happens.
All right, hit it, baby. Get it done.
Okay, just a regular old failure. So she sets you back a little bit unless you crit it. So go ahead and roll me a bureaucracy check as well, Vindo, and we'll find out what happens. All right. As you look up that particular family, apparently Thomas a crazed Thomas had set fire to the home and was actually arrested for arson. 2 of the family died as a result of it, unfortunately, before a neighbor rushed in heroically and was able to do their best to put it out, as well as to call the fire department in.
And what was that neighbor's name?
Peter Hollister.
We're gonna have that on the setup for a different one, maybe later.
Sure. Now,
take note of that name to find out. Maybe we can go talk to him as well.
Sure. Peter Hollister also lived in the neighborhood in the 70s. You don't necessarily know if he lives there now. That might be something you can research later on, but good catch. All right. It has been about 5 hours since you've been at the newspaper. You know that there's a number of other names for you to be able to look up. You know that there's also the council house. How would you like to proceed? Do you want to continue to just stay here, or do you want to go to the council house?
I'm gonna look over at Bo and be like, so what do you think? I mean, we're getting some good information here. Do you want to keep going here, or do you want to head over to the council house?
I mean, we could always come back here if we need to.
You would also know that it would take away
Yeah.
time, just because you'd have to travel across the city.
All right. Booch is gonna be like, well, we're already over our allotted time limit. So why don't we hit the council house at another day? and try to get some more information from here. That way we can like take it there and be like, hey, that we're not just like onesie twosiesing it.
Yeah.
Get the whole wackadoo done in a bit.
Sounds good.
All right.
All
So,
right.
who do you think the next name should be?
I think maybe we should check out the very first one on the list.
Yes.
So, Michael and Elizabeth Wheeler? Wheeler?
I don't know which one died.
Right. Let's do that then.
I'm gonna point out Booch is really bad at paperwork. That says Isabel Wheeler.
What'd I say?
Booch fucking suck. No, I'm kidding. You said Elizabeth.
God.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me the bureaucracy check.
I would like Outlaw to kindly choke on a popular English dessert.
There you go, bud.
Hey! All
That
right.
significantly
Well,
reduces your
hey.
time. Your tutelage has finally paid off.
Right, this is
She's
where I
gonna get some
fail.
good
Got it.
information.
I found the clickbait title.
Did you say the clickbait title?
Yeah, but it's on paper.
Noise. Please let me fail. Oh, sad. I wanted to be the one to be like, oh.
Okay. Okay, this is where. So you're just looking up Isabel and Michael Wheeler, correct?
That's the very first one on our list. We could
Awesome.
we
So-
could try and like track back after this and see if there's anything before that.
So
True.
the file morgue of the Hollowbrook Sparrow, the town's newspaper, holds back issues going back over a century. They're viewable on microfiche since the paper has never had the budget to digitize them all, which you already know. You know it could digitize, up to the 90s, essentially when the internet kind of started to come into play as those computers. The archives are indexed by subject matter, but the indexing you would find to be incomplete. Booch, actually Booch and Bo. So here's what's going to go on.
Hold on, before you do this.
Sure.
Booch is gonna look at Bo and be like, see, this is why you need stickers. Otherwise you miss something. Alright, go ahead.
It gets a little bit more difficult to look through these things. So let's do this. Let me start off with this. You can also use history to look for information as well in these areas, not just bureaucracy. Just a heads up.
Nice.
Which actually is prevalent because I think that's something that Constance is really good at, correct?
I am.
I am not. So I am willing to
She's
fail
not
here.
there.
I've got a big fat 32.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the first one on the list. You go back as far as you possibly can. From here on, though, you're going to need to give me a more specific what you are searching for. Anything
Okay.
pre-1940s. So
Okay.
if it's like a name and a thing, right? Or a name and an event. But you were unfamiliar with kind of the rules to start off with, and I wasn't exactly certain how to convey them. So I'm just going to give you the first one that you find, which is because you're looking up both names, and the first thing, like, you would go back pretty far, it would take time, but you find the Wheeler marriage. In 1905, Hollowbrook celebrates the marriage of Michael Wheeler and Isabel Nacht. Wheeler, 30, is a quintessential self-made man, a dashing young stonemason who prospered from contracts with governments and churches around the region. His business specializes in gargoyles, marble cuts, tiles, and monuments. Noct, 18, is the daughter, there is a 12-year difference between them, is the daughter of a wealthy landowning family. Michael and Isabel were the darlings of the town. And you can even see in a grainy wedding photo, she looks slim and proper.
Oh, thank God you posted that. Tried to write everything down, and I got daughter of
I figured
family.
that was a lot. So,
Thank you.
With that information, is there, if we put in the house, like the address for the house, and then like try to find when it was first constructed, is that going to be enough information to garner us a rule?
yeah. So to be clear, you're saying the Wheeler names, like you want to research Isabel and Michael Wheeler, and you also want to research the creation of the house, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Sure.
Like, were they the ones to build it?
That's a great question that could possibly be revealed by a bureaucracy roll. And Bo, this will be the last one that you guys have. Essentially, the receptionist is like, all right, you guys you could do some more research tomorrow, but I know you're working on a book, but time's kind of running out.
And I'm assuming that we are making, wow.
You know, just finding that
You know what? I'm
piece
still
of
proud of you.
information.
You went from a 6 to a
Super
66.
excited.
And that was my bad. I gave you too much praise. That was a me problem, and I apologize.
I'm just really good at paperwork, and you
I
put
know.
me off my game.
I know. I'm sorry. But I do think you're doing great. And you know what? You've earned yourself a piece of chocolate. He's gonna pull out a piece of chocolate, slide it over to him,
I gave you
and
too
it's
much
like a
praise.
Snickers bite
Here's
size.
some chocolate.
Here's some more chocolate. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So go ahead and make me that bureaucracy check, Booch. 72. That's enough. So you're getting this information just as they're kind of like trying to get you out the door. But I imagine it's like 8 o'clock. You get a hit for May 1907. Stonemason Michael Wheeler begins construction of a small house at 37 Celilio Way. It is for himself and his invalid wife, Isabel. Isabel Wheeler suffers from some form of palsy, which has resisted the treatment of the many doctors and her desperate husband has hired from out of state.
We are printing all of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, we'll definitely go collect our papers. And Booch has got like his little notepad with like some of this stuff on it as well, just like things to look at, things to further delve into at a later date. Before they leave, he's also going to ask the receptionist, just out of curiosity, is there a way that I could look at these files without having to be here, or is that something that I have to do? You have to come in, and I'll have to be here to do that.
You'll have to come here and look at the files.
Okay. Well, I meant the digital ones. The digital ones, not like the actual files.
Oh, yeah. Yes. No. Everything is digitalized locally here. Well, I suppose you could make an account if you wanted to continue to work on some of these, at least what we have digitized.
And how would I do that?
And she can begin to like work you through the process if that's something that you're interested in doing.
I would be, because then I can have Ava do that voodoo that she do so well.
Just to research?
Just to do like just some of the research on that way that research can be done without having to be present
Some
there.
of the more recent ones, yeah.
Sure.
Right. And then we can focus on the like the paper ones, the ones that require us to be there specifically, while the other ones we can kind of have at our fingertips, so to say.
Sure.
So Booch will go and do that, and then pay for the copies that that they printed off.
Okay.
Bo's gonna sneakily put a sticker on the back of
Yes,
Booch's
Bo,
jacket.
proud of you.
Awesome. You make your way at this point in time, just for it to kind of all work out. I'm going to say that you all kind of arrive at the hotel again around 8 o'clock.
Hey, you didn't.
p.m.
She's got to roll stealth. I am very alert.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth to see if you can sneak it on her back. Let's see if all of your hide and go seek antics. They do not work. Booch, you feel her slap you on the back, and you feel pretty confident she's trying to break you.
I just tripped. Don't worry about it. Fine, you caught me.
Booch is gonna eye her and like reach behind his back and feel around.
You feel something sticky, and it's a sticker, and you have like you've been notating things that are like, you know, good, probable, like using colors, I imagine, and maybe red is just like this file is not needed, and you specifically know she put a red sticker on your back.
He's gonna pull the sticker off and look at her and be like, "Stickies are sacred. Not as much as pins, but like maybe fifth."
All right.
Okay.
And then he's just gonna stick it to her shoulder,
She'll keep it there.
and then he'll take it off because you are needed, and then he will throw it away.
You all make your way back into Coventry and to the hotel. At this point in time, you're probably in the room by 8 o'clock. All of you having arrived from your various destinations. One of you having visited Elise Touré, one group, and then the other group having gone to the travel lodge to the newspaper office and look up information on names all day.
Booch
One
will
of them had a phone call from a ghost child.
Booch will pull out the information that they, like the paperwork stuff that they had. How is Ava looking, by the way? Is she looking more like herself? Is she more engaged? Is she not as engaged? Is she still withdrawn?
She's still a little withdrawn. Like she's getting on with the job. She's trying to focus on that, but things keep, like, you know, the security footage or the footage from the house and what Elise Touré said, things just keep resonating in her head and just kind of setting her back a little bit, and she's been thinking a lot.
Booch is gonna sit down. Are you sitting down? Are you standing up? Are we like conference tabling here?
Let's take a quick pause. I imagine we'll continue to work this out. However, I'm also, it's going to sound silly to say on stream, I'm also cleaning my kids' clothes, so I need to go switch loads really quick.
Okay.
And I need to use the bathroom. So why don't we do a 10-minute break just so people can take care of their various things, and then we will come back and we'll continue to play. I think I can go a little bit longer today if you guys would like to. My kids are at their after school program, and then my wife has some other late work that she's doing for the church. So
besides scaring you,
yeah, she's actually starting a Bible study tonight, so she's kind of focused on kind of getting that going. So if you guys would like to, we can do that, but I feel bad saying this because Willie just got back, but we're going to take a 10-minute break.
How dare you? You could have told me that 2 minutes ago.
I didn't know at the time. I'm ADHD. I fly by the seat of my pants all the time. So, so I'm gonna go ahead and put us on our taking 5 to 10 minute break. For those who are watching, we'll be back shortly. And why don't we all just we'll go ahead and if you guys want to continue to talk in character, you don't have to take the break. If you're good to just keep going, want to discuss things, feel free to. I will be back shortly.
You can't make me talk to anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't talk to anyone.
Look at us getting information, guys.
Yeah,
Constance is going back to Montana. No, I'm kidding.
he's so good at paperwork. I love it. I'm so proud of you.
We make like doing paperwork sound really fun.
Yeah, it's a gift.
What's happened to the dark side, though?
I guess. Paperwork.
Yeah.
Constance is more of like a researcher and reader, so like where Booch organizes everything, she would just have papers absolutely fucking everywhere.
Yeah, it's the difference between like.
That's how she does it.
I feel Constance is more of a controlled chaos kind of person.
Yeah, like sit on
Like-
the bed in the hotel room, covered like the entire thing covered in books and paper and
Yeah, like all
her
spread
tablet
out
and a
around.
laptop and everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
random notes everywhere.
where Booch is very. Like it needs
Booch
to
is
be
just
in
like,
its
I must file this properly and give it
proper
the right
place.
sticker before I put it down.
Yep.
And I'll use my special filing pen for this.
The third one in the roll up. Just
And
saying.
stickers.
Different from my note-taking pen. That is this one.
Which is the fifth one.
Since we're taking a break, I'm gonna go have a quick sleep.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
that clip's really funny.
Yeah,
Where did she
I can't
post
believe
it?
it.
Because I can't find it.
in stream.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's also in Twitter as a Discord somewhere.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I feel like we have a slightly better view, like from the camera on Discord, because we can just see the door opening. We can see Jackie.
It was terrifying.
It was so freaky.
It could not have been more perfectly done.
I know. But at least we know now that stuff is actually getting captured on camera. Like, because I was worried that, you know, we would watch the footage
We're not
back
crazy.
and it was just, yeah, like, there was nothing there.
Noise. I have to try to turn that into like a meme or something.
Is everybody AFK?
No, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're just watching the clip back.
Such a good clip.
Yeah. It's so funny.
I gotta admit, my note taking is like on point.
I was gonna say Constance. My note taking is reflecting Constance's as it goes on. She's taking like less notes and more really just rambling.
It's triangles.
There's a lot of triangles, my guy.
So
One
one
of
of my
waiting or someone else is doing something. Little green triangle.
one of my notes from like the very first time we went in the house, and Linus was in the bathroom. Bathtub is filled with water in master bathroom, but not really. Jokes on Linus.
Amazing.
I feel like we keep finding out like so much, but we're just not getting anywhere. I don't.
We're starting
I
to
don't
get
know.
somewhere.
Well, we are, but I don't know where we're going.
I really feel like we need to investigate the wife.
Constance has a bit of a game plan for tomorrow, which to be fair she can go do on her own.
The one that
I want to know more. Yeah, I want to know more about. Was it Isabel? Because that ties in. Because she's sick.
Yeah.
That's the old woman. So I
don't see.
I'm hoping it's documented about that.
Yeah, so
I don't care about Isabel. I want to look up who this crone is and what happened with her and when that happened with her. You know. What I mean?
That's with this. Yeah, that is Isabel. though.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm
But
saying
also, like-
Yeah,
Isabel part there.
yeah, that's the part we want to know. I think.
Yeah.
all of us.
Also, look in EU crew. I wasn't kidding.
All right.
We could also like look up.
I am back,
you know-
although it sounds like I never had to like.
No.
You guys would have been
Oh.
perfectly fine because
Oh, I
We're still
mean,
blowing
we
and
literally
going.
were just we really just like kind of started talking and it's all our character stuff.
sweet.
Yeah, I
But
was just
no,
about to
Irish
say we
look,
could-
look in the EU group.
They're referring to our secret Discord
Wow.
channel.
Wow.
So
That
we're
is
doing
so many
green
greens.
triangle.
There was a lot of times in that whole section where the camera was on someone else, so I was like, I'm just doodling.
Is that your flipping coin?
It is. It's the decision
Noise.
coin.
Fun.
Noise.
All
So I
right.
was gonna say we should totally like look up what medical practices they used on what's her name? Isabel?
Isabel. It's
Isabel.
Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Go.
Because they hired many doctors, so we could see what kind of malpractice went on there. You know?
All right.
Or like, if he was so desperate, what else did he try when doctors didn't work? Like,
I gotta be
get
honest.
Constance to occultify on the.
Really quick, just as a small compliment to you guys, it is a gem to be able to facilitate GM, handle whatever the hell you want to call it, a game, and then like, all right, let's take a short break, and I'm like, okay, everybody's gonna be taking care of their things, but then I put my headphones back on. I did like 1 or 2 minutes ago, and it's just been you guys been like, what about this? What about this? What about and so it's a lot of it makes it very fun for a GM to know that the players are really enjoying it. So just thank you.
Like I told you after I think the third session or whatever, because you said something and I was like, we literally sit in Discord for like 5-10 minutes after every single session talking about it.
Awesome.
You leave and we're like, oh my god.
He's going, all right, now we can actually discuss the real plan.
Okay. So why don't you guys clue me in as to what you guys have been talking about? Because it sounds like it's been partly in character, partly out of character.
I think it was mainly out of character.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
it was mostly.
Yeah.
We were sharing
Yeah.
notes, and apparently
Yeah.
that I got scammed.
Oh yeah.
How did you get scammed?
So one of my notes on my note taken in my little journal here is from the first time we went in the house and Linus was in the bathroom. And I put down bathtub is filled with water in master bathroom, but not really. Jokes on Linus.
Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and take this back up. It is about 8 p.m. You guys have had your day of talking. What we're going to do to kind of actually before we do that, let's take a step back because we normally end in about 30 to 40 minutes. I think I told you I have a little bit of extra time to play today because my kids are doing stuff. So is my wife. So if you guys want, I can go till about 6, which is another roughly 2 hours, hour and 50 minutes. If you'd like for us to stick to our normal end time, I totally get it because I think that some of you guys have work early in the morning. So before we continue, I want to have some clear expectations about how much time we have moving forward, so that way I can be respectful of everybody's time. So how is everybody feeling? Irish, we'll start with you.
12 is usually about the time I go to bed.
Okay, so you
recently.
Okay, so does that mean that you're good with going until that time, or you'd like to end a little bit before then so you'd have some time to chill out?
I mean, I can. I'm good with either way.
Okay. All right. Aya? Oh, Aya, you stay up till God knows what time every night. So I already know, yeah.
Wow, I feel so attacked right now.
Am I wrong?
No. You're not
Doesn't
wrong.
mean her feelings are less valid.
Damn.
Yes. Outlaw, how about you?
I'd normally be like, oh, maybe a little bit earlier, knowing that we're not going to play till potentially next Wednesday. I would love to go as long as everyone's comfortable with.
Okay. Vinda.
I have a work meeting at 6.
Okay.
So
Will, how much time do you need to prepare for that meeting?
probably about a half hour.
Okay.
Maybe 25 minutes.
Okay. And Willie, how about you?
I need to do stuff in about an hour and a half.
Then you know what? That's perfect. We will set to end in about an hour and 20 minutes. Sound like a plan?
Yep.
Mhm.
I unfortunately have responsibilities.
You're good.
Disgusting.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, then
I would
let's-
love to go, but I cannot. These
No, I
responsibilities.
mean, an hour and a half
are-
is still good. I was expecting everyone to be like, I have to go in 20 minutes. And I was
No,
going to be like,
that's
you
fair.
bitch!
That's why I wanted to do a quick check-in so that we can all be operating on the same wavelength. So
Yeah,
good.
this is no Extreme Affiliate finale. Come on.
Yeah, no, this is not the finale. At least I don't think so.
Well, there's still time.
There's always time for a TPK to happen anytime. So, you guys get back to the hotel at approximately the same time from your various endeavors. One group, Constance, Linus, and Ava, went to go investigate and speak to Elise Touré, who was a young daughter who used to live at the house at 37 Celaleo Way back in the 60s. You spoke to her, and she had some pretty weird things happen to her as a child. Booch and Bo, you stayed behind in Coventry while the other group went to London, and you went to the Hollowbrooks Sparrow, a local newspaper, to dig up some information about the families, the different people you'd found on the death certificates, the different people you'd found connected to the house, while researching that at the council house. You found a little bit more information about the Touré family. They were originally from France. In addition to that, Elise had a small record as being violent in grammar school around the time when she was living in 37 Celaleo Way. And I think those are the other two pieces of relevant information that I shared with you, aside from what Elise shared herself. You also looked up 2 other families. One, let me go ahead and bring up our complete list of people so our viewers can look at it as well. This is the list of people who lived at 37 Celaleo Way. Sorry, it's kind of pixelated. I pretty much just had to take a screenshot of it. They
You're
looked
still
up
on the break screen.
Oh, shoot. My apologies. Thank you for that. I had it on studio mode, and so I clicked on the scene, but I also have to press transition. So I appreciate that. Zooming in, you see the Thomas and Imogen Greenlee and family, a family that lived there from 72 to 77. It apparently ended with a fire that had happened at 37 Celaleo Way. Luckily, a neighbor, Peter Hollister, had put out the fire. Count Bubula says, "I'm not blind anymore." I'm glad you're not blind as well. 2 people had died in that fire from smoke inhalation. Most of the house was pretty wrecked. And so you guys decided for a third person, because I think you only looked up 3 people, correct? Or did you look up another family? I think you just looked up 3 altogether.
Michael and Isabel, Thomas, and the boy.
The boy.
Ah, Anton. Yes, that was part of the Touré family.
Yeah.
And then you just looked up Michael and Isabel Wheeler, whose records go back to, the early 1900s. Apparently they were married in 1905, and apparently Michael himself built the home in 1907. Now, before we go, you also asked for access to the digitized records for the Hollowbrook Sparrow, which I said go back to about the 90s. I'm going to fudge that a little bit and say they started the digitization process, and so it will actually go back to about the mid-80s.
Okay.
As a small, what's the word I'm looking for? Retcon. That is where you currently are in terms of information you have found out. Now, if you're going to continue to do research at the Hollowbrook Sparrow, you need to be very clear and specific about the information that you're looking for because of how the information has been categorized. Not all of it has been super organized. As a result, you're going to have to give me the subject, the name, and maybe a specific event or a specific thing. Now, you demonstrated that you already kind of understand that with your ability to say, we're going to look up Michael Wheeler, Isabel, and maybe the beginnings of the house when it was constructed, which was perfect. That's exactly what I needed. And you were able to get some more information before you left. That's what happened. You did get 4 pieces of information. It's just that 2 of them were related to the Wheeler family.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, that is where we are. You are all at the hotel. In the interest of time, I'm going to assume, unless stated otherwise, that you are sharing all of the information that you gather.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bo's gonna flop on one of the beds, just put her arms behind her head and just be like, paperwork is really easy, guys.
Booch is gonna give her that. What's the word I need? Placating smile.
Fair enough. Good job. Good job, honey.
Yeah.
That condescending, sarcastic honey heard in the South.
Yeah, but it's Booch, but he's not really condescending. It's kind of like
praising a kid.
Yeah. It's good job, buddy. You may not have hit the ball at T-ball, but you gave it a shot, and that's what's important.
Awesome. All right. It is 8:00 p.m. How would you guys like to proceed?
Booch is going to sit near Ava, but not next to her, because she was at the other end of the conference table, kind of away from people. So he's trying to respect giving her space, plus the stuff that she went through, and give her the information for the account for the Sparrow. Okay, so I set up an account that'll let us go through and look at the digital copies of the newspapers, or everything that they've got. You don't have to do it now, but whenever you're bored or you feel like you need something to do, or if you just get a wild hair, I don't know. This is the information that you can use to get into that account. But, on your time, don't worry about it. Here you go. And he's going to give her another piece of chocolate and then just like 2 thumbs up. And like, yeah, okay. And then just sit there.
Yeah, she's just kind of gonna nod and take the paper.
It is a Snickers, just so you know.
Oh, she'll also take the chocolate, definitely.
Good man. Good woman. Good.
You know, are you
good
getting hungry?
people. You guys get things sorted out amongst one another with that. Now, is there anything you want to do for the night?
Do we have a chance to stop at the grocers?
Yes.
Cool.
You can get some.
Booch has got like the biggest bottle of like the pre-cut sage that you would use in cooking. Not like the bundles that you're supposed to use, because that's all he could find.
He's just got dried sage.
He's just got like the big like shaker
What you use, yeah.
that you keep in the kitchen of sage.
Awesome.
Amazing.
A
Well, that is
lighter.
all that you would be able to find in
Right.
most stores here,
Yeah.
so yeah.
No, and like
Good track.
table salt.
Awesome.
I want to like do a little Google search and maybe look up like olden time medical research. I don't know how to put it. I want to look up how they treated palsy back when Isabel had it.
Sure.
I too would like to do a history check on like who was brought in, how this would work.
Yeah, go ahead and both of you roll me a history check.
Oh boy, here we go.
Do a side get a paperweight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Irish, and you succeeded. You got a critical success.
Did not think that was gonna happen, but paperwork is easy, so here we go. Yeah. And,
Technically,
and
wasn't paperwork because you.
I know. Once again, Irish is my good luck charm. All right.
So it really wasn't until the 1850s that people specifically started to mention cerebral palsy and that type of thing. And you can only imagine like the early 1900s for medicine as well as for psychiatric care weren't exactly kind and gentle. Some of them were. Some of them were like, you need to go up into the mountains and breathe this particular air. Or some people would say, go to these particular hot springs like the Native Americans used to do. Or ancient Europeans, they would essentially do the same thing as well. You get that the various methods that would just being able to, like, especially Booch, comparing what they had back then to what people have nowadays, like cerebral palsy isn't something you can cure. So a lot of the methods weren't like, it's not surprising that stuff back then wasn't helpful, because things today, in today's day, essentially what you can do is make people comfortable as they're growing up, maybe offer them some type of supplements.
It was like super experimental or something.
A lot of it was super experimental. And so it's not surprising that everything that was tried on her just didn't really work very well. It is,
Does any of the things that they, like, that is listed here as would be quote unquote solutions, do they relate at all to anything that's going on with the house?
no, it all seems like just whack job medical stuff from back then. Every doctor who had a hair across his ass, like, this is the answer. And it was all physical in nature, or most of it was. None of it seemed to be related to a person's, like, house or anything like that. And I'm assuming that you're specifically looking up solutions to cerebral palsy from a medical standpoint, not necessarily just like physical. You're not looking up anything spiritual or otherworldly. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I always forget to do this, so if you guys will give me just one moment, I'm so sorry. If you are watching and you like what you're seeing here, please don't forget to follow the channel. We have all kinds of games and stuff. We'd love for you to take part in this. Half of all the proceeds of this channel goes to True Life Orphanage and Outreach to help them meet their regular living expenses like food, water, and medicine. And that's just a pledge I've made since the beginning of this channel started. And it's one I am keen on maintaining. All right, back to it.
Wait, before we get back to it,
Yes.
because you never said it, what is the name of this channel, Prankster?
This is it's just my. It is the Prank 5 tour. Thank you, Irish. You're a jerk. Vindo. Actually, it's not the anymore. I dropped the. It's just Prank 5 tour.
So edgy.
No, I did. I wanted it to be prank. Fuck it. Never mind. I hate all of you, except for Irish, who just suck.
No, you
She's
don't.
awesome.
To be fair, he just thanked not Irish, but I think what you meant to do was thank not one rish.
Not one. Good point.
Irish was taken.
Yeah, she knows my pain.
I know your pain, dude. Sucks.
Awesome.
Not one.
All right, so back to it, brats.
Fight me.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're not very. You don't really find any particular connection between treatments, medications that were used to treat cerebral palsy back then, outside of, I mean, it being rejected medical science and nowadays.
Can I do another search too?
Sure.
Separate role?
I do want to give the other players an opportunity though. So last one.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sure. What is
Do I do
the
them first?
what is the search? Tell me what it is first.
I want to look up what kind of like if the churches got involved in certain medical practices. For
Sure.
like I don't know, like exorcisms, 'cause I know like they were big into that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe they were trying that kind of stuff on like
Less like this is
People
a
with-
medical issue and more people looking at it from the perspective of that person's got a
Yeah.
demon.
yeah.
Yeah. You know
Search for
what?
that.
I'm just going to roll that into your history check
Okay.
because I feel like that would probably come up with it, given kind of all of the
Okay.
confluence of everything. Yeah, absolutely. There were multiple churches who, and maybe even faith healers, who said that, yeah, we're able to heal this from laying on hands, and some people not being healed from getting laid on hands. And there will be some hits from early 1900s, priests trying to exorcise the demons, and that type of thing. So yes, you do see something like that there. You're not necessarily certain if there is a connection to 37 Solaleo Way.
Yeah.
But there is a connection to that in cerebral palsy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Aya, Outlaw, Linus. What are you guys doing?
I'll let Willie go first. He said something.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Constance is gonna, given who she is, it just seems right. Don't expect anything from it, but honestly, it's just her character and what she would do. She is gonna try. She's probably like just sitting there surrounded by her notes, racking her brain, thinking back. Is there anything she's been taught by her mentor, discussed about, read about, any kind of supernatural force having this grip on a place or a house or a piece of land, whether that's completely fiction or what I'm roboting, oh no, but whether it's like completely fiction or something that she knows is partially non-fiction through her own experiences.
So you're trying to ascertain whether or not haunted houses are real, essentially?
It basically, if there's anything she can recall or has read before or would have had access to, ways of cleansing a place, if it were, as it were.
I'm gonna need an occultism check for that.
I thought so. Fuck! I hate this game. I have been useless at any kind of research since Booch joined us, and I hate him.
Shall I leave?
It's my only use, and you keep stealing all the history.
Here's the thing when it comes to checks in Delta Green. Sometimes it's, how do I put this? Sometimes it's you're looking and you don't find something, especially if it is like an alertness check, right? Like you don't see it coming. Sometimes, and they leave provisions for this actually within the source material or the modules, is something happens and it just takes longer. A failure is just like, it takes longer, which I like. And in this case...
It makes sense for her as well, because she's a little bit fixated,
yes,
I guess.
Yes. And given your wealth of knowledge in it, I think that's another thing that needs to be taken into consideration. Nonetheless, go ahead and mark that. Just remember to mark all of your failed skill checks, y'all, so that way you can roll for them. It's kind of the way we level up, so to speak, in this game.
That's the first time I've failed an occult check.
I know.
Now you can
Oh, yeah, I failed on the check.
So
That's
sad.
right.
So you're kind of coming up empty right now. It doesn't mean that you won't find something in the future. If you specifically tell me, like, I'm just going to keep looking, going to keep researching this. Kind of like how Linus has been doing in the background. He's like, I'm still researching.
Yeah, I was actually going to say this is a case of, and I still expect she maybe won't find anything concrete, but maybe have a lead by that time, but she's going to stay up pretty late tonight.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I tell you what, here's how I will manifest this failure. You get to sleep. And you just don't get enough sleep tomorrow. So you're going to have to be drinking coffee. And I will give you an answer deep into the night.
Okay.
Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see Constance just obsessed looking over her computer. She's not, all of you are, and it's funny because all of you are researching now. All of you are like, what can I do? What can I look at? So on and so forth. All right, Ada and Willie, we've got you two guys left for kind of end of the night activities. What's going on?
Ava's gonna start on the list with the information for the newspaper thing. And start working backwards from residents of the house. So starting with Yamila Asari. I mean, we know quite a bit of that, but it'd be interesting to know what the newspaper reported on it, or if there was anything else that stands out about that.
Sure.
And see how far she gets with that.
That's fair. Why don't you give me a computer check and we'll see what you're able to get.
That's like on one half of her screen. On the other half, she's got the cameras open, like the stream from the cameras.
Interesting.
On her laptop.
I like it. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. All right, go ahead and roll me that computer science check. 21, success. You know that Yamila Asari was a recent transplant to Hollowbrook from the United Arab Emirates. You know that she's the daughter of a wealthy family. Asari had seen and apparently had fallen in love with the house while on break from the state university. For a few years, she was obsessed with the house, even making Andrea Falcone, the former owner, an outrageous offer of cash for it. It should be noted that in 2014, Falcone suffocated in the upstairs room, and the house then went on market. Asari purchased it that year and moved in immediately following graduation. Asari spent 2 months in frantic decoration, which involved heavy spending in local antique shops. She became a bit of a famous figure in the area, and then suddenly she became a recluse. The rest is everything that you have been able to find out. She was discovered dead on the 14th of November 2019, or whenever we decided. Her throat cut in a manner consistent with a straight razor. The coroner estimated that the death had occurred a few days before. Takes you a couple hours research. Well, actually, it's digitized, so I feel like that would go pretty quick. So I'll give you one more name that you can look up before bed if you'd so like. I will also tell you that Andrea Falcone has already been mentioned. Kind of a freebie that came with Ysara.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's go back to the one before that then, the Braintree family, Amanda Braintree and family, and the suicide.
Sure. The Braintree family had stayed in the home for a long time, actually, from about 2001 till 2000. Again, adjusting it for our timeline, about 2010. While living there, Amanda Braintree had apparently committed suicide. There were cases and even news reports of her talking to people about things and figments and things she saw in the mirrors throughout the house. Everybody thought that she was just crazy until she was committed. At which point her husband, who was left behind in the home, committed suicide. They found him
so it was
hanging
him that
in the
committed
garage.
suicide.
Yes. They found him hanging in the garage. I'm going to let Willie go next. What are you doing, bud?
I am going to think of ways that I can trick my friends into thinking that this thing will give them kind of like protection or something.
What thing?
Like just like an item or something, you know, that will give them, you know, like give them confidence to be like, ha, yes, you can't affect me.
Okay. So, and this isn't meant to be offensive to anybody or any of our viewers or anything, but similar to how
You're trying to do a placebo.
Exactly. I'm trying to do a placebo.
Yeah, but similar to like how Catholics would like hold on to a rosary.
Sure. Exactly.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of something that would, you know, bring them confidence.
Sure. What is the item?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
It would be a different item for every person, probably.
Okay.
Because it would have to, I guess, be in of value for every person, you know. It'd be like, or it could not be, and it could just be, yeah, this is the thing that will help, and it's the same item.
Sure. I mean, I know I use the rosary as an example, but that would be a possibility.
Yeah,
one that's
yeah,
fairly
exactly.
commonplace.
I was thinking about using that, but
yeah, I don't know how the characters would receive that.
Right,
There's also
exactly.
crucifixes, Bibles, crystals, maybe even, and that also it also, to your point, Willie, it could be different based on the beliefs, values, and religiousness of the character, should they be religious. It could also just be like, this is my lucky pen. I don't go anywhere without it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now I'm attacked. I see how it is.
Do you want some more time to think about that, or is that something you want to roll on right now and then just kind of improv out?
What's more time? I want to think.
Okay. So Linus is thinking about how he might be able to help his friends, specifically giving them some confidence. And I tell you what, should you be successful in a psychotherapy check, I do like that. I think that's fun, especially given everything going on. I think what we can do is have it give them a boost to their sanity checks. That isn't actually reflective of the number of their sanity, but give them a boost to the check itself. So, for instance, if they believe in it strong enough, maybe give them a 20%. However, like take Ava, for instance, she would roll at a 58, but she would still subtract from the 38. Make sense?
Right.
Okay, cool. I like that. All right, it is about bedtime. Is anybody doing anything else before going to sleep?
Was there anything while Ava was doing her research on the people in the house? Was there anything on the cameras?
That is a great question, and it's the one that I was waiting for
Ooh,
to
yeah, let's check the
fix on that
cameras.
last. You've been watching the cameras transfixed all day from when you put them up, and there really has been nothing going on. Until about 10:38 p.m. One by one, you notice the cameras start to give you a static feed. Just like something has happened to them.
Bastards.
First, it's the one in the hallway. And you get something like a stomping. But then it just goes black and out. Then you see the black shadow of clearly the silhouette of a person coming forward towards the one in the den. It's difficult for you to make out what it is, who it is. They're wearing very dark clothes. That camera goes out. Finally, the one in the master bedroom. The same thing happens to it, although that one's a little bit weird. As they come into the master bedroom, you can see... I got it. You can see like the kaleidoscope of people all throughout the mirrors reflecting off of themselves. First they kind of like trip over the camera and it falls down to the ground and it's kind of like laying on its side. And I imagine like you probably bring, I don't know if you would bring everybody over. You're like, something's happening to the cameras. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But as the camera falls onto its side, clearly fumbled in the master bedroom, and it kind of like looks off in one area, you see a coin standing on edge in the mirror, but not on the floor. Not on the actual floor, only in the mirror for a brief second before the camera goes out.
Did you share with the class?
The first one, no. Then once Ava sees something on that den camera, the silhouette, and then that one goes out, yeah, she's calling people over. She's like, something's going on in the house. I don't know who gets there in time to see the last camera.
Oh, I would have for sure.
Sprint.
I would say
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least
yeah.
the ladies, maybe like knock on the door and like they, Booch and Linus run in and are able to see like the last one, and maybe all of you see the coin in the mirror before, for a brief second before it goes out. Although some of you are probably like, oh, it's just a coin, but I have to imagine that for Booch and for Constance, they remember exactly what that was.
Constance wants to throw Booch a bit of a look to be like, did you see that? Or am I crazy?
Booch is gonna be like, well, yes. I did.
Ava's gonna rewind the footage and see if we can get a better look at this shadow, this silhouette.
Yeah. Close.
See if
See
it's like
if it looks
a
like
man, a woman, a child.
exactly,
Zoom in.
or a
enhance.
ghost. Yeah, whether it
They're
it
not.
looks like it's a real person.
While
I'm not gonna
she
have you
does that,
roll on it. It looks like a tangible, real person.
while she does that, can I see if the camera we put out the front has been triggered by any? Because we had it so it was like motion sense, take picture kind of thing. Can I see if that's been triggered at all?
Can you repeat that?
The camera we set outside the front to see. It was. I think we discussed it and we were able to set it that it was like triggered by motion. Just want to see if it's like basically been triggered at all.
Because there
Sure.
was a static camera, it was just like a normal camera.
Sure,
so-
sure,
Yeah,
sure,
Takes
sure.
pictures, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was thinking about how to do it.
That's fine.
You see a person crossing the street, and that's the first time it takes like a photo. It's just like a still. They're just kind of like mid motion, and then it takes another like picture. Is like this person looks directly at the camera. They've got clearly something like covering their face. They've got something, and then the third, fourth, and fifth are like this person like getting closer. Kind of like the angel from the Weeping Angels from the Doctor Who episode. Yeah, as like the final one is like its hand like drawing close to the camera, and then finally it's just like gone.
Bruh.
Yeah, like there's no more. Okay.
Yes.
I just gotta say it, the Weeping Angel shit freaks me the fuck
Oh my
out.
god, it's the worst. Yeah, it's the scariest thing from the Doctor
Right?
Who universe. And I remember, oh my gosh, I think at some point, like they actually got it like on a video feed.
Yeah,
from that
and
episode.
it goes inside your fucking eyeball.
Well, and it moves, and they said it's because it's moving between every single frame that's taken.
Yeah,
Which is,
yeah.
oh god!
So freaky.
It is so scary.
Like the moment you said like Weeping Angel shit, I got goosebumps everywhere.
With that said, it does look to be an older person. Like maybe there's a hunch, maybe it's their size, maybe it's something like that, but there's decidedly
Him,
Talking
isn't
about
it?
like build, can we determine potentially a man or a woman or kind of unclear?
Or somebody that we've met.
say that again.
I was just wondering by like
Roll me
the
a luck
build of the
check.
eye.
Let's find out.
Well,
Okay.
We're all looking at the computer, so.
I'm feeling lucky.
Wow, no
Hey.
joke, you are.
What the heck, Ava?
Hey, I've got nothing.
Maybe the video camera's kind of too blurry, but the pictures were kind of like a little bit.
One of you remember speaking to an Alfred Uleski, who looks to be a similar build. And you believe it might be the same person, but there's no actual facial anything that you're just kind of going off of gut instinct.
Which one was Alfred?
It was the one that Booch spoke to, I think.
No,
fuck.
It's the one
I got the lady.
No,
Oh, did you?
Didn't we?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was the nice guy that we spoke to or the crotchety guy that Linus or you spoke to.
I don't. It wasn't the one I spoke to. I don't think. It was the one that was just like. He didn't really say a lot from what I've got written down.
Looking through my notes. I'm looking through my notes.
Thought it was the one that Linus got.
Perhaps.
Could be.
Which one?
Alfred Uleski.
Alfred Uleski. One of the neighbours.
Alfred
Yes.
Uleski, gun blasts at 37 Cylinder War, killed his wife and himself and a fire.
What? No.
So I this is my note taken, dude.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
Alfred.
that's what he heard, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. He might have been present for that.
Marion Cooper put fertilizer on Uleski's garden.
Oh, I think that was the guy that we spoke to then.
Yeah, I forgot
Might have
about
been.
that.
No, I spoke to the old lady that I kept knocking on the door.
No, I mean me and Bo. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that was.
yeah, I think
That
we
was
did
Leslie
talk
then.
to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the cameras are out.
Well, fuck. A
This
little
is
old
gonna
man
cost
has-
us if there's damage to those. Oh,
It's
jeez.
fine. We can cover it.
As that happens, all of your phones ring simultaneously.
Oh.
I pick it up.
Yeah, I'll answer.
Yeah, Ava's gonna answer her phone.
Okay. Hello. Listen, Delta Green agents. This is Arthur Donnelly. You have to. Before it cuts off and the phone goes dead.
I was just gonna look at everyone.
Ava literally drops her phone.
I need all of you to roll me a sanity check.
Also, I just got literal chills.
Oh, fuck.
Oh fuck! I was so close to a 69.
My God,
I
you
know.
guys, this is how you do it.
Oh, that's a fumble. Oh, no, all of you fail.
I mean, that was kind of freaky.
I imagine that freaks all of you out. Absolutely. Okay.
What did you say? Can you repeat it again so I can write it down?
Delta Green agents. This is Arthur Donnelly. I need you to. Before it cuts off and the phone goes dead.
Wrong number.
All right. So, Irish, you fumbled that sanity check, which means you take max sanity damage from this, which is 4.
Oh,
Are you going?
oh no.
This is going to be the same for Linus. Are either of you going to be, or are any of you going to be projecting onto your bonds for this?
Nah,
Sure.
I'm good.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
do I have
So
to do all of it or?
you need to roll me a willpower check right now. First off,
How
Bo.
do- how
That's
do I
that's
do
step 1.
willpower? Is that just power?
Yes, that's just your power. Just roll your power.
Oh shit.
Okay, so that means. Wait, let me double check I got this right. Projecting onto your bonds, a Delta Green sanity experience. I'm not certain if it's an automatic you can do that or if it's you have to roll power. So that's what I'm double checking on really quick here. Projecting onto a bond, page 74. Roll E. When your agent loses sanity, you may spend willpower to reduce the loss. The amount is always 1d4. So no, you do not have to roll a power check. That was my fault,
Okay.
Irish. You just roll a 1d4, and we subtract that much from your willpower. 3. All right, so a couple things happen. Your willpower reduces by 3, so it will go to 8. One of your bonds also reduces by 3.
Okay. Let's do my poppy.
Your poppy, okay, so that reduces by 3, and that gets subtracted from your sanity loss. So you only take 1 point of sanity damage, bringing you to an even 50. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, folks who are following along, I'm going to go ahead and move us to the skills one, just because I need to make the adjustments in just a moment to their scores. All right, so we're going to see how that looks, you projecting onto your poppy to offset this, but you're still pretty freaked out. Linus, you will also take just 4 points of sanity damage. Have you already applied that?
Yes.
Awesome. It is 5 points of sanity damage or more to go temporarily insane. So luckily, none of you are going to go temporarily insane from this. I will need 1d4 rolls from Constance, Ava, and Booch. And then the question will also apply to you whether or not you are projecting
Yeah, I
onto
was
a
gonna
bond.
say, do we do the roll first and then?
Well, first we find out the sanity damage.
Yeah.
Okay, Vindo, take away 1. Can you all apply this to your blue circles? Aya, will you be projecting onto a bond?
Nope.
Okay, so then you'll be going from a 38 to a 35. Outlaw, are you projecting onto a bond?
I don't know.
It's up to you.
Yes, I will.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a willpower check.
Is that the D4?
That is a D4. Oh, 2. Perfect. So you take no
Another
sanity
16.
damage, but you do need to subtract 2 from one of your bonds. Got it?
What's the blue circle thing that you on about?
The blue circle is your sanity. The red circle, I believe, is your willpower, and the green circle is your health.
Oh, okay, you gotta left.
If you drop your sanity on your character sheet, it does the blue circle automatically.
Yes, you can also do correct, because you're linked your
okay.
pogs and your Count Popula is like glorious as this is just a descent into madness.
I accidentally drew on Bo's face.
Okay.
Nice.
She looks like she's got a little tear.
So I believe that applies it to every one of you. As that happens, all of your phones begin ringing again.
I pick it up.
Since I didn't lose any, I'm picking it up.
You pick it up again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ava's kind of her phone's on the floor, but she's gonna slowly reach down and pick it up.
As all
Her
of
curiosity is too much for her at this point.
yeah.
I think Bo just does it like subconsciously. Just answers.
Constance is too
Yeah.
curious.
Okay. As you all pick up the phones again, it's just a dead signal.
I will hang up the phone.
Okay. All right, guys, it is late at night. Some of you are going to be standing up late. I believe I think we talked about it being Constance, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody else staying up late?
Well, I might have done to watch the cameras, but guess I'm not doing that anymore.
Well, I was gonna say if Ava goes to sleep, Constance will ask if she can, borrow her laptop, monitor the cameras while she's still working. Just in case they come
Just to
back
see
on.
the comeback, yeah.
Sorry, this is the one room in the house that has 0 ventilation. And so I'm wearing a suit coat and it's getting hot.
Why don't you just you could just why don't you buy one of those T-shirts with like the fake tie?
Because it's not the real thing.
Get a tuxedo shirt.
I'm here to impress the millions of people watching. All right.
Could just get a box fan.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't be able to hear me. You're like, that's okay. I'm done. I don't want to be scared.
I wouldn't have to worry about doing like sanity points then.
That's true.
fair.
All right, so all of you go to sleep, aside from Constance, going once, going twice.
Bo will go to sleep.
Yeah.
Everybody goes to sleep.
Right before Booch goes to sleep, he's gonna check and refill his messenger bag to make sure that he's got the things that he needs, and probably 2 sets of clothes instead of just the one, just in case something happens again.
Sure.
Just reloading all of the trail mixes and the chocolate bars and the water bottles.
You guys are
Ava's
asleep.
going to leave instructions for Constance as well. She can watch the cameras, but no touching.
Yeah, that's fine.
You go to sleep for about an hour when the phones ring again, all of them simultaneously.
I will groggily open one eye and answer, pick up the phone.
I'm assuming that it bypasses whatever settings that we already had on the phone, correct?
What do you mean?
Like
Put on
Booch would
silent.
have his phone on mute so it wouldn't ring or anything like that, or pop notifications between like his sleeping times. That way he could be fully alert and focused to try to get uninterrupted sleep so he could do the best paperwork he can.
Yeah,
Nerd.
if you have no notifications on, like you have it on sleep mode, like it's not receiving, then it does not for you.
Okay.
Anybody else, it does ring.
Ava picks her phone up, doesn't answer it, but looks at the screen. Who does it say is calling?
Unknown sender.
Oh, she's awake now. Yeah, she's gonna answer.
Dead signal. All of you go back to sleep. Constance
After
still
like
up.
a few minutes, when like Bo and Ava look like they're back asleep, Constance wants to try ringing the number. She doesn't really expect anything to come of it, but you know.
Yeah, and nothing does come of it. Well, actually, no, you do ring it. You yourself.
Mhm.
You do get somebody on the other line.
Interesting.
And sorry. You hear kind of like just heavy breathing. And then the loudest gunshot you've ever heard before it goes to a dead signal.
Would that wake?
I was
Bo
gonna
up?
say, is it loud enough that we can hear it?
If he says what gunshot, I'm gonna cry.
If I say what gunshot?
Yeah.
Is a shotgun.
No, I mean if you were gonna gaslight me and say there was no shot, there wasn't a gunshot.
What gunshot? It is gonna need a sanity check from you. Constance.
Yep.
Would that have
curious.
woke us up? Especially like Bo being like, guns.
I don't you know what, since you are in and since because she only does it a few minutes later, I think that absolutely wakes you back up again. Go ahead and roll me D4 for sanity damage, Constance. 3 points of sanity. Will you be projecting onto a bond?
Yes.
Okay, roll me a D4. 2.
Oh
All right.
my god.
That means you only take 1 point of sanity damage. What is your breaking point, just so that we can keep track of that?
36.
36. Excellent.
I'm currently 12 away from breaking.
There we go. I just want to look up regaining willpower points just so that we're on the same page, because I'm not certain if it's just a night of rest or whatever. When your agent gets a full night's sleep, but no more than once in a 24-hour period, they regain 1d6 willpower. Okay. Or if you play up one of your motivations, you can also regain 1 willpower that way if I so see fit. So, a couple of options there. We'll see what happens in the morning. I don't know if this qualifies as a full night's rest, though. Constance,
No,
you
I was
do...
gonna say not
But
really.
interestingly, and I just want to bring this up as a potential, maybe not in this situation because it's kind of like really full on and she won't end up getting sleep, but one of Constance's motivations is studying the weird, which she's doing.
I'll give you 1 for that. I am a generous GM handler.
Oh,
Shoot up.
It's about to take even more away.
oh
from
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll lose it.
It is late into the night. Remember, you are definitely not going to have the advantage of a full night's sleep. And
So
Probably
we
like 4
heard
hours
that
at best.
gunshot down the phone,
yes, you
and
two would have.
given Ava's day,
Would you, while like falling asleep, would you wake up and be like, "That's a gunshot," or would you wake up and be like, "That was a loud noise"?
I think loud noise. Bo,
Yeah.
I think you'd be startled awake. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Yeah, I think Bo would have like immediately like reached under a pillow and like grabbed a knife that she hides under there
Yeah.
and be like, "What the actual fuck just happened?"
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely.
So I was watching a video and it was kind of, I forgot to turn my volume down. Sorry.
What?
Go back to sleep. My bad.
Okay. It goes quiet, and you think you are going to be able to get a good night's sleep. Maybe you're a little bit tentative and on edge. Do you want me to give you a peek behind the GM screen?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Then I
don't
won't.
wanna.
Wait, do we want?
Linus, what did you do when the phone call came? Did you answer it or what? Because you were quiet.
I mean, I'm assuming I answered because. Wait, are we talking the second one?
The second one.
I was asleep.
Okay, so you just slept. You just sleep through it, is what you're saying. Just ignore it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I'm a heavy sleeper.
Okay. Constance, it's about 3 a.m. when you discover that there are rituals to cleanse houses. However, it's difficult to know which particular one because you don't know exactly what is. You don't know what is or if anything in particular is afflicting the house, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You are also aware of a very important occult thing. This is going to take a lot more research about how to do it. Not something I'm going to be able to answer in this session because I'm going to need to look it up myself. But broad strokes, there's a very powerful thing called in occultism called an elder sign. And let me do this. Maybe you're looking up on some like very, what's the word I'm looking for?
I assume she's probably got some like weird texts from her like old mentor.
Yeah. And maybe you're like on some very, what's the word? God, I can't think of the word. Esoteric. That's the word I was looking for. You're on like some very like esoteric
Wow,
websites.
that's a big word.
And just like forgotten knowledge, occultism, like totally, absolutely your jam, 100%.
Hell yeah.
Let's go ahead and do it. It looks like this. It's going to take a second to upload, but I will drop it here for you.
Ooh.
It's essentially a weird star-shaped thing in the middle of a circle.
She's gonna draw that on her note.
Awesome. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just put this off to the side for you.
Thanks.
Down here. That's going to take some research about exactly what it is. Not something you're going to be able to get done in the night, but it's something that could possibly be helpful. That and the idea that there are possible rituals that can be done are very helpful.
Yeah.
So, peek behind the curtain. I was fully intending to terrorize all of you all night with phone calls. However, Count Bubula has spent 1,000 points to help out some players. And so as a result, the rest of you are you're able to get a actual night's sleep.
Good for you guys.
Still a bit tough and abbreviated. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Ava and Bo, roll me 1d6 to see how much willpower you are able to recover. Aya won, but that's okay because she only needed
That's
one.
fine, 'cause I
Irish
was only
3,
down
but
one.
what she needed was 3. Both of you are perfectly topped up on willpower.
Nice.
You can thank Brewski for that. Count Bubula.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brewski.
I kept like once Vindo was like, I'm just gonna shut my phone down. I was like, oh, that's actually a really good way to do it. And then I thought the rest of you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that too. But you're all like, no.
Oh, no.
Traumatize our characters, prankster.
Constance would never. She's researching. She's awake. She'll answer it.
So Constance, you will be at a minus 20% for this day, unless you are taking some type of stimulants. You did not get enough
I get
sleep.
the feeling. Yeah, I get the feeling she's gonna attempt to run on pure caffeine.
That sounds
like,
good.
all day. As soon as she starts feeling a bit peaky, it's like, right, let's do that. Maybe she'll even, ask Bo for a cigarette or something.
Okay,
But we'll cross that through the day when we come to it.
sounds good.
'Cause
It
maybe she'll
is
go take a nap.
8 a.m. It is a new day. You guys have, it sounds like, a number of other things that you would like to research. So let's go ahead and I'm assuming you just have kind of a powwow in the travel lodge. You eat the continental breakfast. You can hit the day. It is 9 o'clock. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
Just a point of note, breakfast, Ava does not have coffee.
That's right. She's fully tea person, like every good UK person. Because all you drink is tea and no coffee. That's what we've learned thus far.
It's more, the last cup of coffee she had fucking maggots in it.
Okay. So, where are you guys going? What are you guys doing?
Didn't plan this far, did we?
I need to adjust your guys' sanity scores on Streamlabs. So while I'm doing that, you guys free to powwow about your next steps.
We could do with going back to the news thing and see if we can find out any more about Elizabeth Wheeler and what happened next.
Isabel.
Like any further up, Isabel. That's it. Sorry, you got me at it. Shit. Like if there was any other news stories in regards to Isabel, the house.
Maybe that
And
woman that visited
the
her as
woman.
well. Yeah.
Yep.
I found some leads last night. For some rituals and some things, and I'm gonna try and push through and see if any of this might be helpful. I'll stay at the hotel and research.
Okay, so you're going to be looking up specifically this elder sign thing, okay?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
also, quickly, before we move on, I assume nothing happened with the cameras last night.
Didn't you hear that? They were all knocked down.
Yeah, but she still wanted to watch
Just
them in
keep an
case
eye
it was
on
just,
them.
there was hinky things going on.
Oh no. What I described is pretty much what you saw and the limit to what you were able to find.
Cool.
Okay. Linus, what are you doing today?
I am going to go to. I want to go to the. What are they called? I want to go to the store. Where you get like those. I don't know what they're called. I can't think of it.
Shop.
Describe it.
You know, like the weird mystical store stuff.
Oh, so
Yeah.
kind of like a mystical, esoteric type store, maybe where they like sell crystals and
Yeah.
actual sage.
Like a hippie
and-
shop?
Oh,
Like
like
a
a
hippie
city like
shop.
Coventry would have at least 4 of those.
Yeah.
Is that a slight
No,
against Coventry?
No, like legit, all the cities always have like a couple of shops
They
that
really
just have
do.
old stuff like crystals and
Oh, all
like
right.
carved things and
Like
whatever.
I think like in the
Knickknacks.
shopping mall, like the shopping center up here, the Merit Center. I think there's like 2 or 3 of those kind of shops in there.
Wow.
So I'm just thinking size-wise, there's got to be quite a few in Coventry.
Went ahead and updated for our viewers online everybody's current sanity at a glance, which you should be able to see on the. You should be able to see now. We got 35 from Ava.
It's not looking good.
50 from Bo, 51 from Vindo, 48 from Outlaw, 58 from Willie. Chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. I'm going to close these blinds really quick because I'm starting to get a glare. Oh, there we go. My God, I still can't believe how my wife freaked me out earlier.
It was so funny.
It was so good.
It probably felt pretty good to watch me get spooked.
We were all spooked as well.
Yeah,
we
it
freaked
freaked
until
us
the
out.
last second.
Well, that's it. Yeah, we could just see the door opening.
Oh, I didn't even know
we
the
didn't-
door.
So weird.
We
That
didn't
was so
see her
crazy.
until she come round your
It
chair.
was the door part that we were all like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
Because you were describing the camera view. That was
Yeah, I'm gonna have
literally
to
what
shoot
we were
my wife
watching
back.
with you.
I have to shoot my wife that clip so she can know just what she was, what was going on.
So
Okay.
so what they don't see on the stream is we can see a little bit higher. So we
Yeah.
see like higher door open and like nothing come through, and then suddenly your wife.
Yeah, because my big head was.
Literally,
Yeah.
you were describing, obviously, Constance being you, what we were watching. And
Yeah.
It was horrible.
It was so
It
weird.
was scary.
Okay, so Constance is going to be staying at the Travel Lodge, researching esoteric things. Linus is going to places like looking for actual esoteric things.
I'll go with Linus. I'll drive him around.
All right, Bo, you're going to go with Linus, drive him around. Ava and Booch. Oh, Vindo, I think he said he was actually BRB. I'm going to assume he's going to go back to the newspaper and research some more.
I
So,
would assume
would,
so.
yeah. Ava, how about
Yeah.
you?
I'm gonna give him a hand with that. I think.
Okay, cool. Ava, you're going to give him
Constance
a
is
hand
gonna
with
go
that.
grab some energy drinks because she's sleepy.
Sounds good. Go ahead and
He's not the only one.
Oh, that was a fake yawn, haha.
You made me yawn.
I started it with a fake
No,
one.
I've been yawning for the last half an hour anyway.
I think it's fair that you are able to like just walk down the street to a convenience store, grab
Yeah.
some. So I think it's a 1d6 for energy drinks, coffee, that type of thing, to see how much like time you can function normally.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll me that 1d6 and let's see.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Nice,
Wow.
most of the day.
Ever's coming up, Constance.
Okay. So
It's not the
Constance,
first all-nighter she's pulled.
Constance, yours is again. This is going to be something I'm going to have to research in between sessions.
No, don't
Both
worry
of us
about that.
actually will have to research it in between sessions to make certain we're on the same page here. So
Yeah, no worries.
you're off, kind of doing that. Linus and Bo, trying to buy some time for Booch to get back before we go back to the newspaper.
Yeah.
Linus and Bo, you walk into a. I'm going to just put you on Coven. You know what I'll do? If I don't have an image for it, if it's not like one of the big ones, I'm just going to put us over here on the city because you guys are city hopping.
Just as a little heads up, because I know we all get carried away, we got like maybe 20 minutes.
Yes. Thank you for that heads up. I appreciate
No
that.
worries.
Okay. 15 minutes. Linus, Bo, you're able to walk into one of these stores that sells crystals, sage, all manner of these types of items.
You might cut.
What are we
I-
doing here?
Am I back?
You're back now. Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh.
You walk into a room that sells sage, sells crystals, sells all manner of these types of kind of items that you would see kind of affiliated with that particular lifestyle.
You don't need sage. You just got that covered.
Yeah, maybe you don't need sage, but
I got
you,
drawn sage.
you get the gist. What is, as you go in, you can hear like the ding, 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 ding. There's a specific smell of like the pungent types of herbs and smells that associate with all of that. You can maybe hear the wood creak underneath your feet every so often. There's an old woman sitting at the register, and she's got kind of like jewelry just from everywhere, kind of like big old necklaces that are made of turquoise and all manner of things, a long kind of black dress.
Just like a proper little hippie.
She's a proper little hippie, a proper little
She's a witch.
what do they
She's
call
a witch.
Oracle. Yeah. She's got one
She would
glass
definitely
eye.
describe-
It keeps
She would
floating
definitely
around
describe
looking at
herself
different
as
things.
Wicca.
Yeah,
Nice.
she's definitely a Wicca person. What are you looking for, Linus?
I'm gonna walk up to the old lady. Hello.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm here to buy some things.
What are you here to buy? To purchase?
Stuff to like drive away evil spirits.
Yes, evil spirits. I had to take my glasses off because all the acting is in the eyes.
No, it's partly in the voice. Come on.
Yes, so she kind of like looks off, her glass eye kind of like floats off this way, while this one looking that way off into the nether. Yes, I have just the things. And she'll, be kind of like begin rummaging through different things. And she will bring a number of totemic devices out, whether they be special crystals, and she tells you about their properties and how they are known to keep evil spirits away and at bay. She brings out like a dream catcher, which are known to catch bad dreams. Like that's the entire purpose of it. Nightmares and the like, keep them all webbed up. She'll talk about different traditions and the like from different areas, and all of them are derived as much as you can presume from various folklores and the like.
Right. Do you have anything for like seeing spirits and making them go away?
She nods slowly and she says, I believe what you're looking for is a seance. Maybe the spirits need to speak.
Oh, they've spoken enough.
A what?
A seance. We can go to the place where there are the spirits, and there's a ritual, and the spirits can speak through me or through one of you, or perhaps themselves.
Get this old lady killed.
She looks at you nodding. Yes.
I don't think no. Linus, no. No.
It could help.
No.
Yes.
Linus has got to remember that would require Bo going into the house again.
No, I think you said the old lady.
By herself?
Then we would learn nothing. It would be pointless.
My friggin' Bluetooth set again. I'm sorry, guys. Garbage. Going through the process. You know what? Well, it doesn't matter right now. Next time I'll have it forget this device so this isn't an issue again, because I think that's what's going on. Just silly. Says they're connected. Says they're connected. Here we go. Super professional stream. Can't wait for my new computer. You guys are talking.
Levi's is flat. Not doing that shit, man.
Okay.
Oh god, we just make it worse. We have an old lady that's just taken over by a ghost running at us.
I would love to help you dispel some of these spirits.
Oh no, that's okay. No.
No, I am available. Here's my
I'm
card.
sure you are.
She pulls it out and it's covered in like chakra dust. It immediately all goes into
dust. What is chakra?
Bo is
I don't
now
know. It's
glittery.
something, but it's something. And she pulls it out and it goes right in your face, Linus, and you sneeze. She's like, "No, here."
like ground up incense.
Do you have anything that doesn't require like someone present?
I know what you need now. Yes. She goes to her back area, and she comes out with a giant backpack with what could only be presumed as a nuclear reactor on the back.
Is this a
And a small
Ghostbusters
trap
backpack?
that you can toss into the house and shoot a photon. No.
I want it.
She comes out with goggles and I'm ready. It's the moment I was born for.
Who are you gonna call?
No, she's like, no, aside from the ritual and what I've presented you, there's not much more that I am aware of. There might be some other things I can look into, though, other rituals and the like, but that would take time.
Do you have any like objects that could keep them at bay? Other than like the sagey stuff?
Count Babiola says, who you gonna call? Ghost Granny!
Sure, I ask for a proton pack, and you say no.
Yes.
Willie asks for a proton pack, and you're like, bitch, I got you.
Well, what?
He has a fever dream, like how
So I-
It's like one of those imaginary moments he has, like JD on Scrubs, before he's like brought back down to earth.
So I legit like wrote that as you were like telling what she was bringing out. I legit wrote Secret Ghostbuster.
Secret Ghostbuster voice.
Awesome. She says, no,
Don't mess with Gam Gam.
it will take time for me to research this. It's there's a number of
Object.
Fuck you.
Well, no, for objects we have some objects and she's presented a bunch of totems and the like, kind of like you requested and sought out.
Okay.
Do you have something Finnish?
No.
You're not there, Booch. You went to
Oh,
the council.
okay. I went to the council house. You suck it, please.
Yeah, we assumed you went to the council house.
How do these work?
Or the news place again.
Some of them, like the sage, you burn. Some of the dream catcher you can put over your bed. Some of them you wear, as in the crosses and the crucifixes. All of them will work in their different ways. Results may vary.
No
Did
guarantee,
you
no
actually
money
say
back.
results may vary?
What? I didn't say anything.
Oh, what about really aggressive ghosts?
You feel
what
pretty
then?
confident, though. She did say results may vary.
What
Aggressive
about the
ghosts.
ones that try to kill you?
Yeah.
Those are very bad ghosts.
Yeah, no shit, yeah. It's kind of why we're here.
Yes, I would
You
shoot
say
it.
so.
Sorry.
Shoot a ghost?
Is there someone I need to call?
Let's see. I'm gonna roll a luck
sucks to
check
suck.
because I don't know what to do. Let's see. Here. Oh, aggressive ghosts.
Yeah.
I know what she's gonna say. She says,
The fuck out.
I find if you treat ghosts like people, be alone with them. You wouldn't want to tell your best friend something terrible that's happened to you. You know, you'd want to tell it one-on-one, alone, in a safe place of their choosing. Just ask it what it wants and open your hearts to what it has an answer for.
You know, you kind of sound like someone I know, and it's not very smart.
Oh, I'm telling, oh, wow. You can get the fuck out of my shop.
I'm not
That's
saying
fine.
you're not
No,
smart. I'm just
I
saying
am
you don't-
offended, and
sorry,
you can
I'm
leave.
sorry.
No, I get this a lot from you folk.
Non-believers.
Non-believers.
Is there?
Oh, I believe. I believe. Trust me.
Man,
You
I
don't
would
really
love
want to sit
ripping this
one-on-one with this ghost.
Yes. I think that's the way.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Then I would shoot it.
Shoot a ghost?
Why not? Works on people.
I'm leaving, Linus.
Wait,
Bo just turns around and walks out.
what do you mean shoot a ghost?
You forgot your dream catcher? And we'll leave it there.
What do you mean? I didn't learn how to shoot a ghost.
How do you shoot a
Crazy ass
goat? With
lady.
a gun, of course. So stab it. Just like you would a person.
Does it need like a special bullet?
Ava and Booch need some time before
I
we finish.
would put some holy water on it. Bless them. Dip it into like the fountain at a Catholic church and then go and strike the ghost. But we can't offer that here because I'm Wiccan.
I only have unholy water.
Yes, I. All right. There's one answer. Okay, going to.
I'm gonna buy the stuff.
You're gonna buy the stuff. Awesome. Yes, thank you. You can have, and she will. Here's some
Just want to
smelling
see her
salts.
spit into a bowl and then
I
like
want
poke
the
it.
I want the Ghostbuster stuff as well.
I'm sorry, that's not for sale. That's experimental. My apologies.
Get wrecked.
Sorry, my friend Mr. Venkman is still perfecting it. Unfortunately, Egon died.
Spoilers.
I've put down in my notes, I started writing down what she was saying, and I just said, scratch everything, which be fucking crazy.
All right, Ava and Booch, you guys are doing some research. We got enough for one thing that you'd like to research. Where are you at the newspaper place again, or are you at the council house?
I want to say newspaper place again.
Okay, you're at the newspaper place again.
I mean, she was driving the moped, so I'm just along for the ride.
Sounds
No,
good.
to be fair, her motorbike, not a moped, is
Oh, sorry,
still
her motorbike.
is still at the murder house.
Oh,
Yeah,
how did we get here? Did we Uber?
probably.
I'm sorry, ye old Uber.
For the sake of time, you Ubered.
Thank
All
you.
right. You could do research on one more name, or if you're going back farther into the microfilament stuff, as kind of told you before, you will need to give me a name and a clear subject.
Can we carry on looking up? Was it Isabel Wheeler?
Okay.
Uh,
Are you doing two separate checks, by the way, or are you only doing, or are you assisting him?
I'm helping.
Okay. All right. So Elizabeth Wheeler or
Want to
Isabel
try and
Wheeler.
see if there was Isabel anything that sort of comes up after the stuff that came up about him building the house and her you know, with the palsy. Just yeah. Anything to do with her and possibly an old woman, a crone, something.
Desperate husband looking for alternate means of cure when conventional medicine failed.
Sure.
Eccentric billionaire dives deep into the occult to save dying wife.
Okay. Here's what I will. So you're looking for medicine or some ways in which maybe anything that would have to do with her illness and any like change to it.
Yeah.
I just looked at the Discord. Is Willie just yelling down the hall to like, piss off, ghost? Like that's how you solve the problem.
June 1926. Isabel Wheeler makes an astonishing, seemingly complete recovery from the debilitating ailment that has long afflicted her. For the first time in 20 years, she makes a brief appearance in public, attending several society functions. Several smaller follow-up articles note her continuing good health, but she slowly drops off the society pages again.
Does the article sort of attribute her recovery to anything?
You don't see anything. It just looks like she's made a recovery. Doesn't note anything in particular.
Is there any way we can sort of see if there's any other, or see what else the newspaper reported from June 1926?
Any weird events or happenstances?
Kind of in that area.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Visitors to the area.
Boo's just gonna look to Ava and be like, "You was so much better at these." I'm just saying.
You take a couple. So we're going to leave it at this. This is where we're going to end for the night. You're looking around about June 1926, maybe even a month before, a month after, to see if there's anything weird. And you do find something odd. There is a nurse. Her name is, this is May 1926. Nurse Adele DiVitello is dismissed from Hollowbrook Sanitarium for improper behavior. Patients and coworkers accuse her of practicing witchcraft. And several workers say she slaughtered a cat and drank its blood. A physician at the sanitarium marks her as a woman of low moral standards and a heathen. No photograph is included. In terms of odd things, that's the one that stands out to you as like, this is weird. I don't know exactly what's...
When we went and talked to the old guy, did he ever give us a name of the old crone?
No, he just called her an old crone.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, he said that she was something.
That was Lucas Dreyer. He lived in the house essentially behind that one.
Right.
And he spoke of Isabel Wheeler and a crone who had kind of moved in.
He said Italian crone moved in.
Right. And Delavello is...
Mm-hmm.
And since I'm assuming it's you and I, right, that are there? Like Butch and Ava are the... All right, so Butch is going to like kind of bring that up to like maybe it's the old crone that he was talking about. So maybe we should look into this name as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Can you spell her name for me, Prank, in the...
It's check roll 20.
Yeah, I have it in roll 20.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Ah, thank you.
You're very welcome. So,
and then Meadowbrook. All right.
You get some more names as you're kind of researching. At the very least, it seems like there's been some kind of, you're learning some more about the beginnings of the house and what's gone on. You've been terrorized a little bit by things. Woken up into the middle of the night researching a vast amount of things as you're continually investigating what is going on. It is still a new day. I think I said it takes about 12 hours. You know what? I realize you guys didn't roll for any of those. I just gave those to you. So that's on me.
Nice.
I should have had you roll for them.
Good job, Buzz.
So
it's okay, I'll roll.
I'll,
See?
No, that's fine. I
I'll
don't
give
wanna-
you like 5 bureaucracy rolls
see, you
in
never-
hopes of one fails.
Never lets me. Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
Fine, go both. Okay, I tell you what, both of you roll bureaucracy. Aya fails.
Oh my
So that
God.
means she can mark it for increase. Vindo, that is a good one. So
Dang it.
she makes things go a little bit longer for you. Go ahead, both of you roll again for the
Hey,
second
but
one.
we're being thorough.
I retract my previous statement about you being better at this.
I disagree.
So I was listening, both of you. Okay, so but you save time on the next one, so it's a net wash. About noon, but you successfully get all of that information without there being any issues. You have some information there. You have we see a shot of Constance looking at her computer as she just is delving into this idea of like what the heck the elder sign is, and her eyes grow wide and horrified. Ava and Booch are looking and finding and tracking down the beginnings of this house and what possibly happened. Linus and Bo are visiting esoteric shops, grabbing totemic things, hopefully to help the party, because I think that they know that eventually they're going to have to go back to 37 Celaleo Walk. And it's just a matter of time. We'll go ahead and leave it there. Thank you, our viewers, for watching. Count Bubula, special shout out to you for helping out the party. Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah, man, we love you.
And
Thanks.
why don't you all go ahead and say goodbye, and I'll bring us to our end scene.
Bye bye.
Thank you, viewers, for watching. Please tune in next time.
Y'all have
Yes,
a good one.
please do.